We welcome you to Gilcone Field here in Brevard, North Carolina for a doubleheader. Methodist in Brevard right here live on YouTube. Thanks for joining us this afternoon as we get going between the Monarchs and the Tornadoes. It's Matt Evans on the mound as the Tornadoes look to improve a 2-1 mark in conference play. Had a good midweek matchup with Piedmont. As we get going here this afternoon, the Tornadoes 13-6. With a 2-1 mark in USA South play as we get underway with Austin Renzel, who is hitting a scorching hot .543, 38 hits on the year for him. As Evans, the righty, will toe the slam for the Tornadoes to start this afternoon's action. We'll play two today. It's two 9-inning ball games between Brevard and Methodist, as Evans will set in the stretch. To start things off, he deals the first pitch home to Renzel, who takes the ball upstairs. And it's a ball in no strikes. Evans, a 3-1 record here in 2026, building on what was a wonderful season last year, in which he earned 2025 reliever of the year. He's been primarily a starter this season as Renzel watches a called strike on the outside corner, and it evens the ball on a strike. Renzel, the top hitter in the league in terms of batting average and hits as well. He's hitting .543, 38 for 70 overall. As Evans kicks and fires a 1-1 home, a breaking ball that just misses off the plate. And the count moves 2 balls and a strike. Partly cloudy afternoon, but it is quite warm here this afternoon here in Brevard, North Carolina. About 75 degrees here at Gilcone Field as Evans kicks and deals a 2-1 home. It's outside for a ball, and the count moves 3-1 on the leadoff hitting Austin Renzel. Evans trying to work his way back in this first count to start the game. He'll kick and fire. Outside it misses. Ball 4. A 5-pitch walk for Austin Renzel. And it'll bring up Brandon Mauger. So Mauger will stand in with a runner on first base after Evans walks Renzel to lead things off. Talking about the Tornado defense, it's right to left in the infield. Davis Anders at first, Logan Sawyer at second, Nico Bartolotti at short, Tyson Hinkle at third base, and Hunter Busquet calling the signals behind the dish as Evans prepares to deal the first pitch to Mauger. It is skied high in the outfield. Mo Love Jr. loses his hat, but it will drop in the outfield. It looked like it deflected off Love Jr., and it'll be an error on the Brevard outfield, as it looked like both Jenright and Love Jr. were after it. But it makes it first and second for the Monarchs with nobody out. Looked like a can of corn in the outfield there for either Love Jr. or Jenright, but it looks like a little bit of a miscommunication in the outfield that leads to a first and second situation here for Methodist in the top of the first. I'll bring in Israel Ortiz. Hitting from the left side, a .333 hitter with 20 hits on the season, 6 extra base hits this year for Ortiz, who takes outside for a ball. Ortiz has been a big-time RBI run scorer lately. He has 9 RBIs in the last 4 games as he taps the next pitch foul, and the count moves 1-1. Ortiz, an everyday starter. 4 straight games with an RBI or more, and over that 4-game stretch again, 9 RBIs in 4 games for Israel Ortiz, and he has a dunk on the pond here. First and second with nobody out. Evans kicks and fires a 1-1 home downstairs, blocked up by Busquet, and now in a pickle is the runner going from second to third. Tag at the bag. It's in time. And there is one down. Renzel caught stealing. As Mauger advances to second. It's a 2-1 count here to Ortiz. So Mauger moves over to second on the rundown between Bartolotti and Renzo as it pitches outside. It's a ball. Count is 3-1. Evans looking to work his way back in this count as well. 3 balls and a strike with 1 out. Good defensive play there for the Tornadoes. As Evans comes set, takes a look back at second, but comes home with a 3-1 pitch. It's inside, ball 4. 2 first-inning walks here for Matthew Evans as he looks to work his way back into this inning and get the Tornadoes offense up that scored 15 runs in the midweek game against Piedmont. This Methodist team lost 2 out of 3 to Piedmont earlier this year in a 3-game set as Blake Freeman will stand in. From the right side, first and second double play ball is in order for this Tornado defense as Freeman awaits the first offering from Matthew Evans, a senior to Yulee, Florida, has been excellent this year so far in a starting role. Again, he was reliever of the year last season, but he's transitioned well to the starting role. A tapper left side by Freeman. Bartolotti scoops, so he'll throw to first, and it's in time for out number 2. Wise play by Bartolotti. He was not going to have an opportunity to get that double play, and a smart play by Bartolotti to throw it over to first. And now Jackson Kuhn will stand in. Runners on second and third. Can Evans work his way out of this? It was first and second, nobody out, but then Renzel caught stealing. And Evans able to get a tapper out to the left side, and now he faces Kuhn with 2 away. Methodist trying to get on the board first here in this one as a breaking ball from Evans finds the heart of the plate for a called strike, and it's 0-1. No balls and a strike. Evans to Kuhn. As the runners lead off second and third here with 2 down. Evans kicks and fires. It tails outside for a ball. Count evens at 1-1. Tornadoes in the home whites with the blue caps, and Methodists in the yellow uniforms with green sleeves. Green Methodists across the front with the green numbers on the back. Here to open this 3-game set. We'll play 2 today, 1 tomorrow. As Evans kicks and fires a 1-1, Kuhn takes up and in. Ball 2. No score here in the top of the first, but Methodist has threatened in this first inning. Has yet to record a hit, has been helped out by an error from the Tornadoes in the outfield, and then a couple walks. But so far, Evans and the defense has responded nicely. A caught stealing that went from Biscay over to Bartolotti and then to Hinkle at third base in an abbreviated rundown. The 2-1 from Evans. Misses outside, ball 3. 3 balls and a strike, 2 down, 2 runners in scoring position for the Methodist Monarchs, who have struggled a little bit to start this year. Had a wonderful season last year, 34-15, 16-5 in conference play, but 6-11 so far this season. 2-1, however, in conference play this year. As Evans kicks and fires a 3-1 and misses downstairs, ball 4. Third walk of the frame that loads the bases for Ethan Galimo. Biscay trots out to talk with his pitcher, Matthew Evans. 2 veterans in Biscay and Evans, I'm sure at this point have built really good rapport. And some of the infield will come in as well to chat with Matthew Evans here with 2 down in the top half of the first inning. Great day for baseball. It was chilly, very cold actually on Tuesday, but the Brevard bats were hot. Again, 15 runs, and 10 of them came in 1 inning to blow that one open against a talented Piedmont team, a team that had been playing well throughout this season. And Brevard just handled business, to say the least. As the bases are loaded with Kuhn on first, Ortiz on second. Another runner on third here for the Monarchs. And Mauger here in the top of the first. First pitch home to Galimo is a high chopper left side over the glove of Hinkle in the outfield. 2 runs will score as the throw back in is cut off, and Methodist leads 2-0. A good attempt there from Tyson Hinkle, just couldn't get enough to keep that ball in the infield. So a 2 RBI single for Ethan Galimo. And he keeps passing the bat down to Parker Evans as we're already through 6 hitters in this Methodist order. First and second for the Monarchs with 2 away as the pitch finds the outside corner for a strike, and it's 0-1. First hit of the day is a big one for the Monarchs, who look to keep passing the bat down the line here as the pitch runs inside to Evans. But Biscay able to keep it within a reasonable distance. No advancement from the runners here. First and second with Galimo on first and Kuhn on second. A 1-1 count as Evans sets at the belt. Takes a brief look back to the second base bag, but comes home with a 1-1. Another grounder towards third. Hinkle knocks it down, throws across the diamond, and it's picked out by Anders in time. Nice job by Hinkle to stay with it. But Methodist gets on the board first. It's 2-0 after the top of the first. We'll come back for the bottom half when we return on the other side. Back here at Gilcone Field, the Tornadoes coming to the plate to face off with Presley Patterson. 21 innings on the season for Patterson, an 8.14 ERA with 17 walks and 15 strikeouts. He's made 5 starts. He's gone 5+ innings 3 times, including 2 6-inning outings, one recently against Southern Virginia, in which Methodist won 2 out of 3. As we'll get ready to roll here in the bottom half of the first. While we have a second, let's thank one of our corporate sponsors, Brevard College baseball fans. After the final out, keep the hustle going at Hustle Wing Company. Snap a selfie or check in on our socials on game day and score this deal. Buy 6 wings, get 6 free. That's right, double the wings. Same great flavor. Celebrate the win and fuel up like a champion. Hustle on over to Hustle Wing Company, where Brevard baseball comes to eat. All right, Gavin Grant will lead things off here for the Tornadoes, trailing 2-0 here in the home half of the first. As Nico Bartolotti awaits on deck, Patterson will work in the windup to start his afternoon. As he winds and fires the first pitch home, Grant skies it high right side. It goes out of play. And the count 0-1. Patterson on the mound. Parker Evans calling the signals behind the dish. As Patterson works quickly, Grant takes his time to step out. Now we'll step back in. Here in a 0-1 count. The pitch home from Patterson, a breaking ball that misses off the plate. And the count will even at a ball and a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bases empty. Nobody out here for the Tornadoes in the home half of the first. Trailing by 2 after a 2 RBI single got the scoring started by Ethan Galimo as Grant pops one foul behind the dish once again in the count. A ball and 2 strikes. Again, stick with us all afternoon. We'll have you covered for 18 innings of baseball tonight before we wrap up the series tomorrow on Sunday. Should be a good one between these two teams, both 2-1 in conference play. Brevard took 2 out of 3 from Mary Baldwin, and Methodist took 2 out of 3 from Southern Virginia. It's a breaking ball. Grant punches it back up the middle, a base hit. Good piece of hitting from Gavin Grant to get the Tornadoes started in the home half of the first, and he'll pass it back to Nico Bartolotti. Two of the best hitters in the conference on display today. Nico, second in batting average in the USA South, right behind the Monarchs' Austin Renzel. As Nico has just been phenomenal this season. He was named to the D3 Baseball.com National Team of the Week a couple weeks ago. 5 for 13 at Mary Baldwin. As a pitch home to Nico, misses off the plate for a ball. Gavin Grant on first. The Tornadoes get their first hit of the afternoon, courtesy of Grant, who leads the home half of the first off in the right way. The Tornadoes in an early hole, 2-0, after Ethan Galimo's 2 RBI single. The 1-0 off the plate for a ball 2. The count is 2 balls and no strikes. Again, mentioned Patterson's had a good year from the strikeout perspective, but he's also hasn't been hesitant to walk batters with 17 walks on the season as Bartolotti awaits a 2-0. Misses high, ball 3. Hitters count for Nico Bartolotti with Davis Anders and Gavin McCoy waiting on deck and in the hole for the Tornadoes here in the home half of the first. Nobody out, runner on first and Grant as he takes his lead off first base. Patterson comes home with a 3-0 to Bartolotti. It clips the inside corner for a called strike. And the count is 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike, nobody out as Bartolotti steps back in from the left side. Grant again a decent lead off first. Bartolotti squares to bunt, pulls back, and the pitch clips the outside corner, and Patterson has worked his way back in the count. It's full at 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes on one of the conference's best hitters, Nico Bartolotti. Patterson rocks and fires a payoff. Bartolotti pokes it left side in foul ground, and it will go. Did he make the catch over there? Yes, he did. Wow. The play is made by Ethan Galimo in foul ground. And there's one down. Was waiting forever to see where that one was going to go. Galimo stuck with it. He sandwiched it up against the fencing down the left field line. And he makes the play for out number 1. Galimo a little shaken up as he'll come back to his spot at third base. What a day it's been so far for Galimo just here in the first inning. The 2 RBI single, now a great play to keep Nico Bartolotti off the base pass. I don't know if that ball would have been fair, but still, you take away the chances from Bartolotti when you have the chance to do so, and that's exactly what Galimo just did. On a wonderful grab and foul ground down the third base line. Here's Davis Anders. Grant still aboard first with 1 down. As Patterson in the stretch rocks and fires the first pitch home to Davis. It's a ball downstairs. Davis has been a big impact player for these Tornadoes here this year. The transfer from Mars Hill tied for the team high in home runs with Tyson Hinkle with 3. 19 RBI for Anders. 9 in the last 3 games as he takes off the plate. He's had 3 straight games of 3 RBIs. He facing a 2-0 count here against Presley Patterson. In a 2-0 ball game here in the home half of the first inning. Patterson kicks and deals high for ball 3. Another hitter's count. This time between Patterson and Anders. Patterson was able to work his way back down 3-0 against Nico Bartolotti. Eventually getting him to pop out and foul ground on the great play by Ethan Galimo down the third baseline. Grant off first base. 3 balls, no strikes to count. As Patterson rocks and fires, it's called strike on the outside corner. And the count moves 3 balls and a strike on Davis. The 3-1 home. Anders clubs it deep to left field. Going back to the left fielder. This ball is gone. Davis Anders, for the 4th time this season, has left the yard to left field, and the Tornadoes tie it up at 2 apiece. Anders showcasing his power. We've seen it this year as Anders touches home. Davis Anders with one swing of the bat ties it at one apiece, or two apiece. Here's Gavin McCoy. The base is empty. Still one down as Gavin swings and misses a healthy cut at the first pitch from Presley Patterson. 2 runs here in the first. 2 hits for the Tornadoes. And Grant's leadoff singled in Davis Anders' long ball. His 4th of the year to make it 2-all. McCoy takes strike 2 across the heart of the plate. And the count is 0-2 on Gavin. A 0-2 from Patterson to McCoy. High. And the count is 1-2. Good response here from the Tornadoes after the Monarchs got 2 in the top half of the first. Patterson kicks and fires a 1-2 to McCoy. It tails outside. Good eye by Gavin. And the count's 2-2. Gavin has been excellent this year. 16 for 46, a 348 average, 12 RBI. Had his first career home run just about a week ago as he takes downstairs. And the count moves 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Bases empty for McCoy. As he re-enters the right-handed batter's box and awaits a payoff from Patterson. Patterson winds, fires the 3-2. McCoy slices it. Foul to the right side. And the count remains 3-2. Good fight here from McCoy. About to see pitch number 7 of this at-bat, with Hunter Biscay and Logan Sawyer waiting on deck and in the hole. The next 3-2 to Gavin. Grounder right side, scooped up at second base by Monker. Throw to first well in time for out number 2. Good at bat from McCoy, but Patterson wins the battle after giving up the 2-run home run. And it's Hunter Biscay's turn at the plate. Bases empty, 2 down for Biscay. 2 runs on 2 hits here in the home half of the first. Methodist helped out by a little bit of walks and an error in right field to get the 2 runs they got in the top of the first. As a pitch home to Hunter. A ball. The count of ball and no strikes. Hunter Biscay, the veteran signal caller on this team, went 2 for 3 with 3 RBI in the midweek against Piedmont. As he watches a breaking ball for a called strike, and the count a ball and a strike. Good response from Patterson after Davis Anders launched his 4th home run of the season and his 21st RBI of this 2026 season. What an addition Davis has been as Biscay takes outside, and the count is 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Bases empty for Hunter Biscay. Patterson kicks, fires a 2-1. It's high, ball 3. 3 balls and a strike on Hunter Biscay with Logan Sawyer, who was swinging a red-hot bat, awaits on deck. Three-run home. Outside, ball 4. Biscay keeps the line moving with a 2-out walk and hands it back to Logan Sawyer.
Now batting, second baseman, number 9, Logan Sawyer.
Sawyer, up to that series finale at Mary Baldwin, had 5 straight multi-hit games, including he went 12 for 19 in that stretch. So Sawyer has been excellent as of late after a somewhat slow start to the season, but they were good swings, and you could see that he was certainly going to get it going at some point. And man, has he been good lately as he takes a called strike, and it's 0-1. Logan Sawyer, a guy, when he talked to Vinny Carone and Cam Cook about him, they said, yeah, he started a little slow, but we know for sure he's going to get it going, and he really has here in these last couple weeks as he takes another strike, and it's 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. As Biscay takes a small lead off first base. Pitch home to Logan is high and away. Ball 1. I did come across a very interesting video that Logan had posted running around the bases at Mary Baldwin with the meta glasses on. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That was a really cool piece of content from Logan after he hit a home run there at Mary Baldwin as he slices the 1-2 foul to the right side. And the count remains 1-2. Biscay takes his lead off first base. The next 1-2 on the way. Sawyer takes good job to watch that breaking ball in the dirt. Thought about it, but held up. And the count moves 2-2. Deuces wild on the scoreboard. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. As the Tornadoes and the Monarchs deadlocked at 2 apiece here in the first. The 2-2 off the plate, ball 3. Another good eye from Sawyer. He's worked this count full after falling behind 0-2. Tyson Hinkle awaits on deck. As the scoreboard is full, 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Biscay takes off. Sawyer line drives it into the gap, a base hit. Biscay around second. He'll pull up at third as Sawyer has a 2-out single. Just a wonderful piece of hitting again from Logan Sawyer, who stays hot. As Biscay goes first to third, Tyson Hinkle with a go-ahead run on third base will stand in with 2 down. Tyson Hinkle breaking out this season in his junior year, 27 for 63, a 4.29 average, 20 RBI, and 9 extra base hits for Tyson. As he awaits the first offering, Hinkle pops it foul. There's 9 extra base hits. 4 of them have been doubles, 2 triples, and 3 home runs. He's also 6 for 7 in stolen bases. Brevard has not been hesitant to steal the bags this season. The 0-1 to Tyson. He takes a called strike. The count 0-2. Sawyer on first after the 2-out single. Biscay stands on third. 2 runners aboard. With 2 down in the bottom half of the first inning, we're tied at 2. Brevard 2 runs on 3 hits here in the home half of the first. As Patterson fires a 0-2, a breaking ball that just misses off the plate. And the count moves 1-2. Busy day on the campus at Brevard College. We've got a lacrosse doubleheader going on as well. You can go catch that stream on our YouTube channel. If you want to check in the middle of the innings, feel free to do so. As Sawyer takes off, Hinkle pumps one deep to center field. The center fielder on his horse, and he will make the play near the warning track for out number 3. But the Tornadoes tied at 2, courtesy of a Davis Anders 2-run home run. We had the second. It's 2 apiece between Brevard and Methodist right here live on YouTube. We're back here at Gilcone Field. It is Brevard 2, Methodist 2, as Brevard answers the Monarchs in the first inning. Both the Monarchs' runs came courtesy of a couple mistakes, both runs unearned. Nonetheless, the Tornadoes find the equalizer on one swing of the bat. Davis Anders launches home run number 4. As Bronson Shake will lead things off for Methodist as we go 8-9-1 in the order. Shake will stand in from the left side to start things here in the second. Shake, a .261 hitter this year. As Evans rocks and fires the first pitch home, Shake takes a called strike, and it's 0-1. 16th start of the season for Shake. He's appeared in all 18 games now, and he's recorded hits in back-to-back games. As he takes low and inside, and the count evens at 1. 1-1. Shake, the freshman outfielder out of Stafford, Virginia. He's had a productive year, 2 doubles, 8 RBI as well for the freshman. As he awaits the 1-1 from Evans. Evans kicks and fires a breaking ball, pretty pitch, but it stays a little high in the count. 2-1 to lead things off here in the top of the second. Evans rocks and fires. Next pitch home to Shake, who takes high again. Ball 3. 3 balls and a strike. Methodist was able to work a handful of walks there in the first. A big reason why they were able to get on the board. 3 walks in the first for the Monarchs. And then positioned for another one here on a 3-1 count. Evans kicks and fires. Inside corner called strike, and the count is full at 3-2. Thanks, everybody, for joining today. Hope you're having a wonderful Saturday afternoon. I can't complain being here to Gilcone Field for a conference series this week, and it should be a fun 3 games between these 2 teams. As Evans rocks and fires a payoff, Shake fouls it off the handle of his bat to stay alive. We'll get ready for pitch number 6 of this at-bat. 3 balls, 2 strikes, bases empty, nobody out here in the top half of the second inning. All tied up at 2. As Shake looks to work his way aboard, Evans looking to win the battle here. The payoff. Line drive towards center field. It's going to drop for a base hit. Good piece of hitting from Bronson Shake. It extends his hitting streak to 3 games as he puts it right in front of Bryson Jenright in center, and that will bring Cade Bell to the plate, the 9-hole hitting Bell. With a runner on first and nobody out, Bell, a .315 hitter this year. And also one of the everyday starters for this Monarchs team. As Shake leads off first base, Evans comes set in the stretch. Kicks and fires the first pitch. Bell squares the bunt, pokes it foul. The count is 0-1. No balls and a strike here. Double play ball is in order for the Tornado defense. We saw a couple pretty turns against Piedmont in that really big win for the Tornado. It was a quality midweek win against a really quality team. And saw a lot of new faces, guys that we haven't seen every day come out and perform really well as Bell. The bunted foul. There's no signal from the umpire. It looked like for sure he got a bat on that. Bell thinks he was hit. Evans thought it was the foul ball. So a lot of differing opinions here as the home plate umpire calls time. And we'll discuss with this umpire crew here today. The crew of the home plate umpire, B. Smith, Walter Alexander, and the third base umpire, Garson Nadeau. We'll discuss this. Actually looks like Smith is in the infield. Crew chief Alexander behind the dish. And what's the call here? They signal, I believe, a foul ball, if I'm not mistaken. So Shake will head back to first. We'll see what the count is here. It looks like it's a 0-2 count. So foul ball, that's what I thought initially, and that turned out to be the call. As Shake heads back to first, Bell back in the box with a 0-2 count against Matthew Evans. The 0-2 home from Matt, a breaking ball that stays inside, and the count moves the ball in 2 strikes. Evans, 31 pitches. He struggled a little bit to find the zone with 14 strikes, but certainly he's a guy that all year has shown his veteran abilities and just finding a groove. Even if the start is a little bit rocky, kind of finding his footing later in the outing as the 1-2 tipped foul right past the glove of Hunter Busquet. And Bell gets just enough to deflect it off the glove of Hunter. And the count remains 1-2. 1-2 the count remains on Cade Bell with the top of the order and Austin Renzella waiting on deck. The next 1-2 from Evans on the way. Foul tipped by Bell again. Back-to-back foul balls, 3 foul balls in this at-bat. There's not been a called strike or a swing and a miss. And this at-bat with Cade Bell, he's done a nice job to fight a couple pitches off here. With Evans searching for possibly his first strikeout of the game. He sets the letters, looks home to Hunter Bousquet behind the dish. Rocks and fires the 1-2. It's outside. Bousquet gets in front of it to hold Shake at first base. And the count moves 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out, runner on first. And Bronson Shake after he singled to center to start off this second inning for Methodist. The 2-2 from Evans. Breaking ball, swing and a miss up high. Strike 3. He got him to chase, and he wins the battle. And there's one away. First strikeout for Matthew Evans. That brings up the conference's top hitter in a couple of statistical categories. Austin Renzel will step in with a runner on first and one away. Renzel walked his first time at the plate. And probably not the worst thing you can do if you're a pitcher against Austin Renzel, especially with him leading off the first inning. You probably just shake that off and move forward. Did Evans after that first at-bat with Austin Renzel. Pitch home is outside for a ball. The count of ball and no strikes. Renzel, the junior out of Columbia, South Carolina. What a year he's had. 38 hits on the season. That leads all players in this conference as he takes a called strike, and it's 1-1. 5 extra base hits for Austin, a double, 2 triples, 2 home runs, and 11 RBI on the year. For the leadoff man for this Methodist team. Got a runner on first here in a 1-1 count with Evans with 1 down on the top of the second. Check over to first. Not in time to get the diving Shake back at first base. Ball and a strike, the count remains. As Evans kicks and deals a 1-1. Swing and a miss downstairs, strike 2. What a big out this would be for Matthew Evans to retire the top hitter in this order. One of the best players we'll see this series statistically in what he's done this year for this Monarchs team. Him and Nico Bartolotti statistically the 2 top hitters in this conference. As Evans deals a 1-2, a chopper to third. Hinkle scoops, throws to second for 1. Back to first is not in time. But they get the out at second. As Monger will stand in. So Renzel replaces the runner at first and Shake, and now there's 2 down for Monger with Renzel aboard first base. Evans kicks and fires. Pitch that stays high for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes as Evans looks for a scoreless second inning to keep this game tied at 2. Matthew sets, looks home and fires downstairs. The count is 2 balls and no strikes. Renzel takes a healthy lead off the first base bag. Anders covering. As Evans comes home with the pitch, it's chopped to the right side through the 3-4 hole for a base hit as Sawyer laid out, couldn't get a glove on it. And Mauger keeps eating alive with a seeing eye single through the right side. It moves Renzel to second and brings Israel Ortiz up to the plate with a runner in scoring position. The go-ahead run in position for Methodist with 2 away. Good piece of hitting there from Mauger just to punch it through the right side. Sawyer tried his best to get there. Not sure he would have had much of a play at first with Mauger charging down the first baseline. Lefty Ortiz awaits the first pitch, a breaking ball from Evans that stays outside. The count of ball and no strikes. Ortiz is senior from Wade, North Carolina. .333 average, 6 extra base hits, 5 doubles, a home run, 16 RBI. He's also worked 12 walks on the year as he fouls this one back in the count. A ball and a strike. Sun poking through the wispy, partly cloudy skies here in Brevard, North Carolina. A good day for baseball. Not too much sun. It's warm. It's about 75 degrees and breaking a little bit of a cold spell here in Brevard, North Carolina. Polar opposite from the weather we had against Piedmont. It was freezing that day and windy. As Ortiz slices the next pitch foul to the left side in the count. A ball and 2 strikes. Evans 1 strike away from a scoreless second to keep this game tied at 2 apiece. And get this Brevard offense back to the plate that generated 2 runs on 3 hits. Both runs coming on the 2-run home run from Davis Sanders. The 1-2 from Evans outside. And the count evens at 2-2. Also, thanks for all the comments on the YouTube channel, keeping us up to date on things. And just compliments as well. We always like to know that we're doing a good job. I can't take credit for the camera operator here. This is our buddy Danon from the men's soccer team, just doing a wonderful job with all our new camera angles. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying that. Throughout this Saturday, a matchup between Methodist and Brevard. The next pitch, Ortiz skies it high towards center field. Jenwright seems to have a read on it, and he will put it away for the 3rd out. A scoreless second for Matthew Evans, and we're tied at 2 as we head to the bottom of the second. 2-2 between Brevard and Methodist right here live on YouTube. Welcome back to Gilcone Field. We'll get the second inning going with Bryson Jenwright, Mo Love Jr., and Gavin Grant, 8, 9, and 1 in the tornado order for the bottom half of the second. I want to take a second before we get going here in the bottom of the second. Thank one of our corporate sponsors, Long Cane Trails, LLC, based in Brevard, is a trail building company and a proud member of the Professional Trail Builders Association for 24 years. We focus on designing and constructing multi-use trails for hikers, mountain bikers, equestrians, and UTV users. We aim to create trails that are built with long-term sustainability in mind, ensuring that users have a great time enjoying the trail's flow. To minimize our impact on the natural environment, we prioritize erosion control and proper drainage using rolling grade tips, rock armoring, and raised tread surfaces. By carefully balancing the use of machines and hand tools, we create trails that are both sustainable and enjoyable. So thank you to Long Cane Trails and all of our corporate sponsors. Have been so important here to Brevard College baseball as Bryson Jenwright will lead off the inning against Presley Patterson on the mound. Jenwright, the freshman, awaits the first pitch. He smokes one into left center. It's going to drop for a base hit. The center fielder, Renzel, stays in front of it to limit Jenwright to just a single, but first pitch the freshman sees. He punches it for a base hit, and he's aboard for Mo Love Jr. Mo Love Jr., the impressive, another freshman. Again, you'll hear freshmen a lot today. There's a lot of talented young guys on this team that showed out this year. On March 2nd, Mo was named USA South Rookie of the Week. He's hitting .375 so far this year as he watches the first pitch high from Patterson for a ball. The count is a ball and no strikes. Mo, the freshman out of Clayton, North Carolina, 7 extra base hits, 6 doubles and a home run for the freshman. As a check over to first on Jenwright, he's back in plenty of time. As Mo awaits the 1-0 offering, 2-2 your score here in the second as Brevard tallies its 4th hit of the contest. The 1-0 from Patterson. Mo slices it down the right field line. It's tailing foul. The count evens at a ball and a strike. One ball, one strike. Nobody out with Jenwright leading off the first base bag. Patterson looks home to Evans, the catcher. Fires. Mo again pops it foul out of play. And the count is 1-2. Both sides looking for the advantage. Methodist took the lead in the first 2-0. Brevard had the immediate answer. And Evans kept the momentum with the Tornadoes with a scoreless second to get this offense back to the plate. As a right-handed Patterson comes set of the belt. Kicks and fires. Jenwright takes off. Mo watches it high. The throw down is on line and not in time. Bryson nabs second. I believe it was a slide that got him to second base because it was a good throw from Evans on time. But it looked like Bryson was able to get underneath the tag. Jenwright nabs second. He's in the scoring position for Mo Love Jr., who's in a 2-2 count with Patterson. Breaking ball. Mo pops it high. It looks playable down the first base line possibly, and it's put away by Kuhn for the first out. Big out there with a runner in scoring position. Mo Love Jr. fouls out to first base. Now we go back to the top for Gavin Grant. He led things off for the Tornado offense today with a leadoff single, so he's 1 for 1, and he has an RBI opportunity here and a chance to give the Tornadoes a lead here in the second. Gavin coming in, hitting .311 on the year. Tallied hit number 15 on the season in his last at-bat as he watches a pitch high and inside for a ball. 8 RBI for Gavin. 2 doubles and a home run, and he's certainly a threat on the base pass. 10 stolen bases this season for Gavin. He leads all Tornadoes in that department. As Patterson kicks and fires the 1-0, it stays outside. The count moves 2 balls and no strikes. Again, join us all weekend long. We'll have your coverage right here at Gilcone Field for 2 games today, 1 game tomorrow, and a 3-game set between Methodist and Brevard. So 2 teams competing in their second conference series of the season. The 2-0 to Grant, well outside, ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes with the ever-dangerous Nico Bartolotti awaiting on deck. And barring a crazy double play some way, somehow, Nico will come to the plate, likely with a runner in scoring position, with Grant here in a 3-0 count. 3-0 pitch home from Patterson. Grant watches it high, ball 4, just a hair high on the hand of Patterson. And now it brings Bartolotti to the plate with 2 runners aboard. The walk, again, not the worst thing you could do. It does set up the double play. But Nico at the plate with 2 runners aboard. He has 22 RBI on the season. Swinging a scorching hot bat. He's started the season really hot. And once you do that, it's the question of can they keep it up? And Nico has certainly done that. He's been consistent throughout this season. He squares to bunt this time, pokes it foul. The count is 0-1. Davis Anders, the home run hitter that tied the game at 2 in the bottom half of the first, awaits on deck, with Gavin McCoy in the hole. This Brevard lineup really, throughout the year, there has not been a spot where you say, okay, or the opposing team would say, we can work through this. It's 1 through 9. Everybody is a threat in this Brevard order throughout this season. It's a 0-1 home to Nico. He takes a called strike. And the count is quickly 0-2. Runners on first and second. Grant, who just walked, stands on first. Jenwright stole second after he singled, and he stayed right there on the Gavin Grant walk. And the count 0-2 on Bartolotti. Patterson takes a brief look back to second, comes home with the 0-2 to Nico. He smokes it right side and through for a base hit. Jenwright gets the green light around third. The throw is cut off. Now runner going to third. The throw offline, not in time, and going to second is Nico. The ball pops out, and he's there in time. An RBI single and an advancement on the ball back to the infield. And the Tornadoes lead 3-2.
Now batting first baseman number 21, Davis Andrews.
Here's Davis Andrews as Jen Wright comes in to score. On the RBI, single RBI number 23 for Nico Bartolotti. And the guy that tied this game with one swing of the bat, Davis Andrews, will stand in with runners on second and third and just one out. Again, another seeing eye single through that right side. Not very hard hit, but just put in the right spot. And that's just good hitting from Nico Bartolotti as Andrews skies the first pitch high right side, now to play. Andrews back in from the right side. Bartolotti on second. Grant, who went first to third on the single, leads off third base. And Andrews here in a 0-1 count. Patterson kicks and fires. Andrews watches a called strike on the outer edge, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. Bottom 2, Tornadoes have taken the lead. And the hot bats that were there in the midweek matchup with Piedmont have stayed hot heading in this weekend. 5 hits already off the starter, Presley Patterson, who kicks and fires the 0-2. This one misses just a hair outside in the count. 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 down. A big opportunity for Anders to possibly add some insurance with Bartolotti a healthy lead off second, Grant off third. The 1-2 to Davis. Chopper left side, scooped up at third. Throw across the diamond is in time, but it scores a run. Now Bartolotti going for third, and he's diving in safely. Nice job by that third baseman to come off the bag. He had to lay out to keep that ball in front, but Anders scores Gavin Grant from third. And he's out for the second out of the inning, but he scores another run. As Nico heads to third base, Grant comes home. It's 4-2 Brevard as Anders collects his third RBI of the game. Here's Gavin McCoy with Nico Bartolotti on third base. The first pitch home to Gavin is a called strike. And it's 0-1. Gavin's been great on the field. He's also been a great guy to interact with throughout this season. We had him up here calling the Dev game a couple weeks ago, him and Colin Weathers. What a fun listen that was. I was up here listening to them as McCoy takes one up and in. And they really prepared for that. I was very surprised, pleasantly surprised, in the work they put in to get ready for that. And here in a couple weeks when the Dev team's back in action here at Gilcone Field, I'll be more than happy to have them back up here to do that, as they did a wonderful job with that. The 1-1 to McCoy is outside for ball 2. Gavin on the field again. Had his first career home run against Toccoa Falls in that midweek win for the Tornadoes. What a moment that was for him. Really gave that ball a ride, and he has come on strong here in his senior season. He takes a 2-1 pitch high for ball 3. Count 3 balls and a strike on Gavin McCoy, the senior out of Silva, North Carolina. Awaits a 3-1 pitch from Presley Patterson. 4-2 Tornadoes off the Bartolotti RBI single and the RBI ground out from Davis Anders. McCoy pops his pitch high right side. Kuhn and foul ground gives it a look, but it will go over top of the Methodist dugout and out of play. And the count moves full at 3-2. Hunter Biscay waits on deck. See if Gavin can keep the line moving here, potentially add another insurance run with Bartolotti on third base. Certainly can't go wrong with more runs, especially early in this game. And a Methodist team that can put up some runs very early in this contest is here in the second, but the Tornadoes have scored 4 runs as McCoy takes a breaking ball inside corner, called strike 3. Nice pitch from Presley Patterson to get McCoy looking and stranded a runner on third, but the Tornadoes get 2 runs on 2 hits as we head to the top of the third. It's 4-2 Brevard right here live on YouTube. Back here at Gilcone Field, it is 4-2 Brevard. Brevard 2 runs in each of its first 2 innings. And a scoreless second from Matthew Evans has helped the Tornadoes get in front after falling behind 2-0. 4 unanswered from the Tornadoes as Freeman will lead things off in Methodist half of the third. First pitch home from Evans is down low for a ball. The count is a ball and no strikes. Blake Freeman hitting .385 on the season. He's been swinging the bat really well in his past 4 games. 7 for 16 with 8 RBI in his last 4 games for this Methodist team. As he takes another pitch downstairs for ball 2. Both teams again coming to this series 2-1. Methodist won 2 out of 3 against Southern Virginia. Brevard on the road at Mary Baldwin got 2 out of 3 from the Fighting Squirrels. As we're fully into conference play now, we'll still have some midweek non-conference games. But mostly conference play the rest of the way as Evans misses for ball 3. And a hitter's count here to lead things off for Blake Freeman. The junior out of Longwood, Florida, awaits a 3-0 from the Tornadoes' Matthew Evans, who kicks and fires. Downstairs, ball 4. A 4-pitch walk to start things off for the Monarchs here in the top half of the 3rd inning. As Kuhn will step in. So the tying run at the plate for Methodist. Evans pumps in a strike to start things off to Jackson Kuhn. As we are here in the top of the 3rd. And the count is 0-1. Runner leads off first in Freeman after a 4-pitch walk. As Kuhn swings and misses for strike 2. Nothing in 2, the count here, Evans to Kuhn, as time is called behind the dish. As Evans will reset and get ready to deal a 0-2. So far for Evans, he has walked 4 guys, but he's settled in nicely with a strikeout, and he's dealt a scoreless second to allow Brevard to come back to the plate and get this 2-run lead. As Matt comes set, a 0-2. Big swing out towards left center field. Jenright on his horse back to the track. And it gets over his head. It falls on the warning track. Running around third is Freeman. Going to third is Kuhn. The throw to third is high. And Hinkle has to come off the bag. An RBI triple for Jackson Kuhn, and it's 4-3. Great swing of the bat as Freeman comes all the way home to score. On the RBI triple, that ball to any other part of the park probably would have left. But to dead left center field, ends up being a 3-bagger for Jackson Kuhn, and Methodist responds to make it 4-3. Ethan Galimo, who made it 2-0 with the bases loaded, 2 RBI single his first time up, will stand in from the right side. First pitch home from Evans is popped foul off the bat of Galimo, and it's 0-1. No outs here, a walk and a RBI triple. Make it 4-3. The first earned run that Evans has given up. The other 2 were unearned in the first. As Evans kicks and fires 0-1, Galimo pokes a bunt towards him out. Evans comes up to field, throws to first. It's well high, and it gets by the covering Logan Sawyer. Galimo heads to second, and a run comes in to score. And we're tied at 4. Here's Parker Evans with Galimo on second. So Evans stands in from the right side. First pitch home for Matthew Evans is a called strike. It's 0-1. So just like that, it seemed like all the momentum had swung the way of the Tornadoes in a blink of an eye. Methodist has taken that back with the RBI triple from Jackson Kuhn, and then the bunt and an error from Evans to allow Galimo to get the second, also score a run. That run was going to come in regardless of the error as he pitches downstairs to Evans. And the count evens at a ball and a strike. Still nobody out. Runner on second here in a 4-4 ball game between Methodist and Brevard here in the top of the third inning. As Evans kicks and fires downstairs. Counts 2-1. Good Methodist contingent on hand. I'm sure you can hear him a little bit on this broadcast. As Biscay exchanges baseballs with the crew chief behind home plate. Get ready for the 2-1 pitch. Evans kicks and fires. A 2-1, a called strike. Count evens at 2-2. Two and two the count. Evans to Evans here is Matthew Evans dealing to Parker Evans. The pitch. Parker dribbles it left side. It squeaks through underneath the glove of Hinkle and into left field. Galimo was holding up at second to see what happened with that baseball, so he's held at third base. But a ball that sneaks through the left side puts Galimo over to third. And Evans at first. Now here comes Vinny Carone. It looks like we'll get a change here as Evans will exit. And we'll see a new arm when we come back. It's first and third for Methodist. With the go-ahead run aboard third base. Nobody out here in the top half of the third inning. It looks like the new arm is, I'm not quite sure yet. We'll see. We'll talk about him when we come back on the other side. Back here at Gilcone Field, it's Grayson Ledford to take over on the rubber as he takes the ball from Matthew Evans. Ledford, the freshman out of Lawrence, North Carolina, 5 1/3 innings of work this year, 6.75 ERA, 2 walks, and 3 strikeouts for the lefty who comes in a big spot with runners on the corners here in a tie ball game. Brevard had scored the last 4 coming into this third inning, but Methodist strikes back an RBI triple from Jackson Kuhn, and then Ethan Galimo's bunt that Evans pitched into the outfield resulted in another run. That run, again, was going to score regardless, as Kuhn was already basically across home plate by the time Galimo was racing down the first baseline. Nonetheless, we are tied at 4. As Ledford comes in, he'll face help with Bronson Shake to lead off his outing. As Shake will step in, Cade Bell on deck, and Austin Renzel in the hole for this Methodist team, who has found the equalizer. It's 4-4. The hit column is tied 2 at 5 apiece. As Shake will stand in from the left side to face the lefty Grayson Ledford. Big spot for the freshman. Again, another freshman on this Tornado team. As Ledford's ready to go, Shake will stand in from the left side with Galimo leading off third, Evans off first after the single that ended Matthew Evans' day. Still nobody out as the left-handed Ledford comes set with Evans leading off first. He deals a first pitch home, runs inside, and plunks Bronson Shake. And will load the bases. Evans heads to second. Galimo stays put at third. And the bases are loaded for Cade Bell.
Now batting shortstop number 26, Kate Bell.
So Bell will stand in from the right side. It's Shake at first, Evans at second, Galimo at third base. For Methodist, as Bell, the shortstop, will hit from the right side. And a big chance for Methodist here. Bell skies the first pitch high towards shallow right field. Love Jr. on his horse in the foul ground, but it's Sawyer who comes across to make the grab. Galimo tagging from third. He will score as both the other runners advance. But a good play from Logan Sawyer in foul ground.
Batting center fielder number 17, Austin Renzel.
As a run comes in to score. Evans and Shake advance. Galimo comes in to score. And now Renzel will stand in with one down. Pitch home is a called strike. The count is 0-1. Ledford deals a 0-1. Renzel squares the bunt, pokes it. Now coming home with it is Ledford, the tag at the plate. And Biscay lost the baseball. The run will score as Renzel lays down the bunt.
Batting second baseman number 12, Brandon Mocker.
As Shake advances to third. Ledford comes home with the first pitch. It's outside. The runner will nab second. Next pitch home is a called strike. And the count is 1-1. Mauger in the box. As the next pitch downstairs. So 2 balls and a strike with 1 away. This one lifted off the bat of Mauger to deep center field. Jenright is underneath it. And he'll put it away, but the run will come in to score. Shake races home. Renzel held up at third base. And it's 7-4 Methodist.
Batting left fielder number 22, Israel Ortiz.
Here's Israel Ortiz with a runner on second and 2 away. As Ledford kicks and fires a breaking ball that's smoked into center field, it'll drop for a base hit. Racing around third, coming home is Renzel. The throw cut off by Sawyer. And it's RBI single for Israel Ortiz.
Batting designated hitter number 2, Blake Freeman.
Here's Blake Freeman with Ortiz on first. It's been a 6-run third for this Methodist team to take this 8-4 lead over the Tornadoes. I know this is commonly a basketball reference, but it has been a game of runs. Tornadoes 4 unanswered runs before Methodist scores 6 here in the third as the pitch misses outside to Freeman for ball 1. Next pitch home is a swing and a miss. The count is 1-1. Runner on second. Here with 2 down, the pitch from Ledford, a called strike. And the count is 1-2. Actually, it's 1-1. My apologies. Next pitch home from Ledford is a grounder left side to Hinkle at third. Tried to tag the runner at third, but will throw to first in time for the third out. But not before Methodist puts up a crooked number. 6 runs in the third. It's 8-4 Monarchs as we head to the bottom half of the third right here live on YouTube.
Hey now, hey now, hey now, it's finger popping time. Finger popping time. I feel so good, and that's a real good sign.
Hunter Busquet will lead off the home half of the third inning
Hunter Busquet.
as the Tornadoes trail 8-4 after a 6-run third from this Methodist team. As Patterson back out there to deal on the mound to Busquet. The base is empty, nobody out. Hunter stands in from the right side. And Patterson will wind and fire the first pitch to Busquet to lead off the bottom of the third. Called strike on the outer edge, and the count is 0-1. Busquet coming off a 2-for-3 midweek performance with 3 RBI against Piedmont. As he watches the next pitch outside, count evens at a ball and a strike. One and one the count. It's a pitch home to Hunter, misses high and away. And the count's 2 balls and a strike. Base is empty for Busquet. Logan Sawyer waiting on deck. As Patterson wheels and deals a 2-1. Busquet takes up and in ball 3. Tornadoes certainly capable of getting back into this one. Had a 10-run inning against Piedmont to blow that one open. As Patterson wheels and fires the 3-1. Ball 4. Good start to the frame for the Tornadoes as Busquet gets aboard. And now Sawyer will stand in.
Second baseman number 9, Logan Sawyer.
Sawyer stands in from the right side. With Busquet leading off first base. Pitch home from Patterson is up and in for a ball. Count is a ball and no strikes. Hey, advance. Pitch home to Sawyer, a called strike, and the count evens at 1-1. One and one the count here to Logan Sawyer with Busquet a small lead off first base. Patterson comes home. Sawyer squares to bump, but has to duck out of the way of a ball that ran up and in. And the count 2-1 on Sawyer. Tornadoes trying to chip away here in the third. In an 8-4 ball game in favor of the Monarchs. Patterson kicks and fires. Pitch runs outside. And the count's 3-1 on Sawyer. Back-to-back hitters counts to lead off this home half of the third inning as Tyson Hinkle awaits on deck with Bryson Jenright in the hole. 3-1 on the way from Patterson. Sawyer takes high, ball 4. Back-to-back walks makes it first and second for Tyson Hinkle.
Batting third baseman number 3, Tyson.
Hinkle, a guy, a 3-tool, 5-tool player, really, that can do just about everything, as the pitching coach for Methodist is going to come out. Look in the dugout to see if this is a pitching change. Do see some action in that Methodist bullpen. This might just be a conversation. However, Patterson is at 72 pitches. He's dealt about half of them for strikes, actually exactly half, 36 strikes in 72 pitches. So we take a look at his line. 4 runs have come across in his outing, 5 hits, 4 walks, and a strikeout. As Methodist coach goes back to the dugout, and we'll see more Presley Patterson, who will stay out there with first and second and nobody out. Chance for the Tornadoes to strike back potentially with Hinkle at the dish. As Patterson comes set. First pitch home to Hinkle is a pretty pitch. Front door breaking ball that freezes up Tyson Hinkle. The count is 0-1. Bousquet on second, Sawyer on first after back-to-back walks to lead off this bottom half of the third for the Tornadoes offensively. As Patterson kicks and fires, Hinkle swings and misses downstairs, strike 2. Double play ball is in order for the Methodist defense. But Hinkle trying to find a patch of grass in the outfield. Try and get the Tornadoes back on the board, trailing by 4. Patterson kicks and fires a 0-2. Hinkle pops it foul to the right side and stays alive as it goes out of play. And the count remains 0-2. Again, thanks for tuning in today. We always appreciate your viewership and your interaction as well. I love looking at the YouTube chat and seeing some comments from you guys, some suggestions potentially on how we can keep getting this thing better throughout the year. As Hinkle chops one. It looked like it got off his leg, and it did. So it will send Hinkle back to the batter's box, who might have beaten that out if that ball didn't nick off his ankle. But he'll stand back in. Bousquet and Sawyer retreat back to second and first, respectively. And the count remains 0-2 on Tyson Hinkle. Another guy who has seen his time on the field go up, and also his production in general. He's just been a fantastic player for the Tornadoes so far this year, and a chance to make a dent on this one as he takes outside. Good pitch there from Patterson to try and get Hinkle to chase. But it's in the opposite batter's box, and the count 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, nobody out. Bousquet off second, Sawyer off first. As Hinkle stays alive in this count, pitch number 6 coming from Presley Patterson. Hinkle pokes one into shallow right. Diving grab, sliding grab from Shake for the first out. Nice play on a ball that was sinking into right field. But Shake takes care of it, and that's the first out. Risky play there, high risk, high reward from Bronson Shake, as if that ball got by, would have cleared the bases, first of all, on Hinkle's speed. Who knows? He might have been able to touch them all there, but Shake takes care of it in right field for the first out, and Bryson Jenwright will stand in. The 8-hole hitting Jenwright awaits the first pitch from Presley Patterson, who kicks and fires. Jenwright watches outside for a ball. And the count of ball and no strikes. Left-handed hitting Jenwright, who's 1 for 1 today, had a single on the first pitch he saw from Presley Patterson. Here's a 1-0. Bryson, dribbler up the middle to second, flip to second for 1, to first in time, inning-ending double play. It goes 4-6-3, and the inning is over. Brevard down scoreless despite having some traffic on the base pass. Nice job by Presley Patterson to work out of it. It's 8-4 as we head to the 4th, right here live on YouTube. It's Kalen Milstead to take over for the Tornadoes here in the home half, or the top half of the fourth, as Brevard just looks to keep Methodist from adding on anymore. Had a good opportunity there to cut into this deficit, just couldn't get the runs across as the Tornadoes had first and second with nobody out, but a inning-ending double play brings us to the top of the fourth. It's Jackson Kuhn to lead things off against Kalen Milstead, who will start his 16th inning of work for the season. Really good to see Kalen back after he had UCL surgery in the offseason, or last year. That held him from competing last season. He talked about that on Tornado Talk. And he's been excellent, 3.60 ERA, 12 strikeouts, 3 saves for the lefty, who deals downstairs to Kuhn for ball one. Kuhn, 1 for 1, had an RBI triple his last time up, also walked. And his first time at the plate is Milstead. Winds and fires to 1-0. It's high for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Kalen Milstead to Jackson Kuhn. Milstead winds, fires to 2-0. Called strike across the heart of the plate, and it's 2-1. Again, stick around all day long. We got you covered here. We'll play 18 innings in total. We're here in the top of the fourth, so getting towards the midway point of the first game of 2. As the pitch runs outside to Kuhn, ball 3. The 3-1 home from Milstead. Inside, ball 4. So 5-pitch walk to start off Milstead's day. Third pitcher of the day used by the Tornadoes. Again, a couple errors have costed the Tornadoes. 6 runs came across for Evans, but only 1 earned due to a 2-out error that kept things alive for Methodist. As Ethan Galimo's had a really nice day, stands in. Galimo, 1 for 2, has 3 RBI on the day. He got one on that bunt where he reached on an error as he takes up and in for a ball. He started the scoring today for Methodist, did Galimo, with a 2 RBI single in the first. Eight to 4 the score. Methodist with a leadoff base runner and Kuhn after the 4-pitch walk. As Milstead lifts and fires, Galimo fouls it back. And the count's a ball and a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runner on first, nobody out. For the left-handed Ethan Galimo, the right-handed, as he stands from the right side, and awaits the 1-1 from the left-handed Milstead. Milstead kicks and deals. This one stays high, ball 2. And the count's 2 balls and a strike. Double plays in order for this Tornado defense. But Galimo has not been an easy guy to retire today. As Milstead sets to the belt. Check back to first on Kuhn, who dives back in ahead of the throw. Also, really happy that we could bring you guys these new camera angles. These are sweet. I really hope you guys are enjoying them as much as we are up here in the press box at Gilcone Field. Really adds an element to the broadcast, and I'm happy that we could bring that to you guys. A 2-1, Galimo smokes it towards left field, but it's tailing foul. And the count will even at 2-2. Milstead looking for a big out number 1 against Ethan Galimo, the 6-hole hitting Galimo, as we approach the bottom of the order for Methodist here in the top of the 4th. Milstead kicks and fires high and outside, ball 3. Full count, 3 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Milstead, the 3rd pitcher of the day, started with Matt Evans, then Grayson Ledford, and now Milstead takes over. On the rubber for the Tornadoes. Methodist still rolling with Presley Patterson, who has bent but hasn't broke yet today. As the payoff pitch home, Galimo dribbles it left side. Kuhn was taken off on the pitch, but it goes foul, and Galimo will see pitch number 7. Again, not many swing and misses today. In this at-bat, Galimo hasn't watched one or swung and missed. He's had 3 foul balls in this at-bat. broken up by 3 balls in the sequence from Milstead, who looks to put away Ethan Galimo for the first out of the inning. He kicks and fires the payoff. Galimo pops it high towards shallow center field. It's Logan Sawyer to take a couple steps back and put it away for the first out. So Milstead wins the battle, and Kuhn stays put at first base. Big first out for Kalen Milstead as Parker Evans will stand in from the right side. Kuhn still aboard first. As Kalen Milstead takes a brief peek over to first, he'll come home with the first pitch to Evans, who takes high for a ball. And the count of ball and no strikes. Methodist leading 8-4, powered by that 6-run third inning. A couple of Brevard miscues have helped him out as Milstead takes a peek over to first. Kuhn dives in safely. As Milstead keeping a close eye on Jackson Kuhn at first. Milstead kicks and fires a 1-0. Evans a high fly ball that will be on the lip of the outfield grass. Logan Sawyer again right there to make the play for the second out. Back-to-back soft contact outs after the walk from Milstead. And there's 2 down. Logan Sawyer, a busy half inning. Not too difficult of a half inning defensively for Sawyer. He's had 2 easy pop-outs to deal with as Bronson Shake, the lefty, will enter the batter's box with 2 away. Milstead looking for a scoreless frame out of the bullpen to keep this a 4-run game as Milstead comes set. First pitch home to Bronson Shake, a breaking ball that stays high for a ball. Shake 1 for 1 today as he awaits the 1-0 offering from Kalen Milstead. Pitch home from Kalen, inside. Ball 2. Bronson Shake, again, one of these everyday starters, has a 3-game hit streak going right now after his single early in the ball game. And he's up 2 balls and no strikes in the count with Kalen Milstead. Milstead rocks, deals a 2-0 home. Downstairs, ball 3. The 9-hole hitting Cade Bell awaits on deck. With the top of the order, and Austin Renzel in the hole. Milstead likely wants to delay that meeting with Renzel to the 5th inning, if at all possible. But here in a 3-0 count with Shake, he kicks and fires outside, ball 4. A 4-pitch walk with 2 down puts Kuhn on second, so a insurance run in scoring position for Methodist now with 2 down for Cade Bell.
Now batting shortstop number 26, Cade Bell.
Bell will stand in from the right-handed side with Kuhn leading off second, Shake off first. As the left-handed Milstead sets at the belt, takes a brief look back to second. Comes home with the first pitch to Bell, who watches high for a ball. And the count of ball and no strikes as Biscay will trot out to talk with his pitcher, Kalen Milstead. Biscay not hesitant to do so. Again, one of the veterans on this team. Chatting with the junior pitcher, Kalen Milstead. Just a quick conversation maybe on how to attack the right-handed hitting Cade Bell with 2 down here in the top of the 4th inning. Big spot here. Tornadoes hoping to stay within striking distance. Again, striking distance is a pretty wide range for this Brevard offense who can put runs together in a hurry. But trying to keep this a 4-run ball game, as Milstead, the 1-0, a beautiful pitch that finds the heart of the plate for a strike, and the count evens at 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 away. The 1-1 home from Kalen Milstead is a foul ball, and the count will move 1-2. Milstead 1 strike away from a scoreless 4th. Hoping to get this Tornado offense back to the plate. Trailing by 4. Brevard, again, has shown promise in making a dent in this deficit. Can certainly do so when it comes back to the plate here in the 4th inning. The 1-2 downstairs. Good block by Biscay to hold the runners at first and second. The count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Deuces wild on the scoreboard. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. As a left-handed Milstead looks home to Biscay. Kalen kicks and fires at 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Milstead bends one right over the bat of Cade Bell, and that's the third out of the inning. He strands runners on first and second. And it's 8-4 after 3.5. We'll be back with the bottom of the fourth. Tornadoes look for an answer when we return on the other side.
Hey now, hey now, hey now, it's finger popping time. Finger popping time. I feel so good, and that's a real good sign.
Mo Love Jr. will lead off this home half of the fourth for the Tornadoes, who look to respond to Methodist. As the Tornadoes trail 8-4, but a good inning from Kalen Milstead to keep it a 4-run game. As Mo will stand in. To face Presley Patterson, who's at 80 pitches. There is some action in that Methodist bullpen. As Mo skies one off the handle of the bat, Kuhn off his shoelaces. He make the grab. Yes, he did for out number 1. So here's Gavin Grant back to the top of the order. As a quick first out for Patterson. That's exactly what Methodist is hoping for. A couple quick outs for Patterson to get through the fourth. And limit his pitch count that sits at 81 pitches as Grant will stand in from the right side. 1 down, bases empty for the Methodist defense. As Patterson twirls and delivers outside for a ball. Count a ball and no strikes. To Gavin Grant. Patterson winds and delivers the 1-0 to Gavin. A breaking ball, pretty pitch that clips the top of the zone. And the count evens at 1-1. Again, talking about Patterson, he's had 3 outings go 5+ innings, with 2 of them going 6. Not sure he'll get to 6 today. Depends how long the leash is on Presley Patterson. As Grant skies one off the end of his bat to right field, and it's taken care of by Shake for out number 2. 3 pitches and 2 outs for Presley Patterson. As Nico Bartolotti will stand in with 2 down and the bases empty. Nico, 1 for 1. Actually, 1 for 2, excuse me, as he'll stand in from the left-handed batter's box with 2 away. The first pitch a called strike to Bartolotti, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 home to Bartolotti. Taken on the outside corner for a called strike 2. No balls and 2 strikes to Nico as Patterson looks for a quick 4th inning. 5 pitches for Patterson. He has 2 outs in the frame. As he deals a 0-2, Bartolotti, a chopper right side to second. Scooped up by Mauger. Throw to first, well in time for out number 3. Patterson gets out of it in 6 pitches in the 4th, and we head to the top of the 5th. Still 8-4 Methodist when we come back on the other side.
It's finger popping time. Finger popping time. I feel so good, and that's a real good sign.
Austin Renzel leads off the top half of the 5th for this Methodist offense, and kind of the perfect storm for Methodist in the 4th. Despite not scoring, the starter Presley Patterson gets 3 outs with 6 pitches. I wouldn't be surprised if Methodist puts him back out there for the 5th inning. As Renzel leads things off against Milstead, the pitch home, Kalen deals high for ball 1. The crooked number in the 3rd is the difference in this ball game. Brevard led 4-2 entering the top half of the 3rd, but 6 runs for Methodist. It's kind of flipped this game on its head as Milstead misses high and away for ball 2. And the count is 2 balls and no strikes. Base is empty, nobody out for the leadoff hitting Renzel. As the left-handed Milstead looks home to Biscay, winds and fires at 2-0. Downstairs, ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes to Renzel, who has had a fairly quiet afternoon. He's 0 for 2, but does have an RBI and a walk to his name so far today, and he's up big in the count. 3 balls and no strikes. Wind and the 3-0 to Austin Renzel is a take-all-the-way strike on the outer half, and the count 3-1. A little bit of action in both bullpens right now. Again, we'll see what Methodist decides to do in the 5th as Milstead deals a 3-1 just off the plate, ball 4. So Renzel takes first for the 2nd time today, and he hands the bat over to Brandon Mauger. With Milstead trying to work through this frame and keep it a 4-run game. And we'll play another one after this. Stick around. It'll be the same stream, so no need to go anywhere. But also, feel free to go get yourself a beverage or a snack, whatever you may need to get through the next 9 innings of baseball here with us. As a pitch to Mauger downstairs. Ball 1. The count of ball and no strikes. 8 runs on 6 hits for Methodist. 4 runs on 5 hits for Brevard. As Milstead comes home with a 1-0. Breaking ball that catches the inside corner, a called strike, and the count is 1-1. Milstead was able to work his way out of trouble in the last half inning. Trying to do so right here. Does have the double play in order here with Renzel on first and Mauger in the box. Check over to first. Runner's taken off now, and Renzel, he's caught in a pickle as Bartolotti running him down. Throw back to first to Anders. Now still in the pickle, Renzel caught in between. Throw back to first. Milstead slaps on the tag in time for the first out. They're going to say the ball popped out on the exchange. So that went through a bunch of different hands there. As it went to first, back to short, and then covering was Milstead. As Marger awaits the 1-1, he skies it high, right side, out of play. And the count is 1-2. One ball, two strikes, one away. After Renzel taking off the base pass for the first out. Big to take him off the path. And create a bases empty situation here for Milstead, who pumps a 1-2. It's dribbled left side foul. And the count remains a ball and two strikes. Good pickoff move from Milstead. Fooled Renzel a little bit. Caught him leaning. Renzel was wise to extend that pickle, but just wasn't able to get out of it at the end of the day. As Milstead deals the next one to a smoke shot up the middle, past the extended glove of Milstead and into center field. It's a one-out base hit for Brandon Mauger. And now he'll pass it over to Israel Ortiz. Ortiz today, 1 for 2 with an RBI. As Mauger makes it 7 hits on the day for Methodist. Ortiz awaits the first offering from the left-handed Kalen Milstead, who kicks and delivers a called strike on the outside corner, and the count 0-1. Mauger on first, Ortiz in the box. As we approach the meat of the order for Methodist on this trip through, with the Monarchs leading by 4 runs, 8-4. Milstead kicks and fires. Ortiz takes up and in. Count evens at a ball and a strike. One ball, one strike, one out. As the left-handed Milstead kicks and fires home to Ortiz, who again takes up and in, ball 2. Milstead, 36 pitches. He has dealt 15 strikes. Tornado pitchers in general have struggled a little bit to find the zone today, but all three guys have found their way to work out of trouble to a certain extent. And Methodist has cashed in on a handful of opportunities. But the Tornadoes have done a good job to keep this as a 4-run game as he gets Ortiz to swing and miss. Count evens at 2-2. Milstead looking for out number 2, potentially a ground ball up the middle could end the inning. Get the Tornado offense back to the plate. We'll see what happens here on this offering to Israel Ortiz. Milstead kicks and delivers. Ortiz fouls it off to the left side to stay alive, and it goes out of play. Towards the hill down the left field line, which is crowded today. Really good crowd on hand today. And I mentioned earlier, really nice showing from the Methodist faithful as well. But the hill is probably the most crowded I've seen it this year. On a warm Saturday afternoon, why not get out and watch some baseball here in Brevard, North Carolina, as Milstead kicks and fires the next 2-2. Ortiz, a check swing roller back to the mound. Milstead fields, twirls, and throws. Pulls Anders off the bag. And Ortiz will reach. That brings in Blake Freeman. A bit of a missed opportunity there for the Tornadoes. The double play is still in order here, but looked like a free out there. Milstead a little bit off balance. I will say it was a tough play. It was an awkward check swing, almost bunt back to the mound, and Milstead probably had a little bit more time to make that play. Rushed the throw just a bit and pulls Anders off the bag. Gets the pitches inside to Freeman for a ball. And the count of ball and no strikes. to Blake Freeman. Freeman 0 for 2 today. Does have a walk so far this afternoon. As a left-handed Milstead twirls back to check to second. The ball will trickle in the outfield. But now, runner caught off the bag as Mauger didn't advance. Now caught in a rundown is Ortiz, but he dives in safely. So a whole lot of nothing there. On a really weird play that doesn't result in any outs, both runners able to get back to the bag safely. As Cam Cook's going to come out and bring the infield in to chat with Kalen Milstead. That was a real wacky sequence in which Milstead, his throw got away from the covering shortstop Nico Bartolotti into the outfield, but Mauger did not advance. Ortiz was racing a second because he thought the bag would be unoccupied. But he was able to get back to first safely, and both runners are safe. So nothing happening there, despite the odd nature of that play. For a second now, we'll have a second to thank one of our corporate sponsors. Join the fun at White Squirrel Baseball Academy. We offer week-long kids baseball camps right here at Gilcone Field. Sign up today to develop your skills and play like a tornado. Scan the QR code on the back of the first baseline bleachers for more information. And be sure to follow us on Instagram at White Squirrel Baseball. So Cam Cook talking to Kalen Milstead. One thing I've noticed about Cam this season, he was a player in this program. He's not too far removed, only 2 years removed from this program. So some of these guys he still knows and played with. So he has he's very relatable to these guys. And there's been multiple times this season that a chat with Cam can fix a lot of things. And we'll see if that does the trick for Kalen Milstead here in the fifth. With runners on first and second and one down. With Blake Freeman awaiting the 1-0 offering from Milstead. Kalen comes set, kicks and fires. A called strike to even the count of the ball and a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Runners on first and second. The double play ball is a possibility here for the Tornadoes on a favorable ground ball up the middle. As this pitch misses downstairs, and the count moves 2-1. Mauger leads off second, Ortiz off first. Milstead lifts and fires to 2-1. This one chopped high up the middle, gets off the glove of Milstead, and all runners will be safe. And we'll call it an infield single for Blake Freeman. Ortiz moves up to second, Mauger to third. That's a tough play because it would have been playable, I think, for Bartolotti up the middle. Milstead was just trying to knock it down, and he did, but couldn't find the baseball, and that allowed Freeman to race down to first. Here's Kuhn with an RBI triple already today with the bases loaded and 1 away. Force out at any bag, however, have to assume the ball stays in the infield. The first look will be to home plate to try and keep a run off the board. Milstead kicks and fires the first pitch to Kuhn, who takes a strike across the heart of the plate, and it's 0-1. No balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Bases loaded with Freeman at first, Ortiz at second, Mauger at third. And a chance for Methodist to perhaps blow the doors open a little bit on this baseball game. Here in the 5th inning, Milstead kicks and fires. Kuhn squares up on a nice one back to the mound. Milstead's going to go home, get the force out at home plate. And exactly what I said, the first look was going to be to home, and it was. And that's the second out.
Batting purpose number 1, Ethan Limo.
First pitch home to Galimo is skied high and out of play. As the bases remain loaded here, but 2 outs in the inning. As Milstead wisely on the bunt that was straight back about halfway in between the catcher and the pitcher's mound. He just underhand tossed it to Hunter Busquet to get the force out at home as Galimo lifts one to shallow center. It's going to drop for a base hit. 2 runs will come in to score, and it's 10-4. Ortiz and Freeman come across to touch home. Kuhn heads to second, and it's 10-4.
Now batting catcher number 5, Parker Evans.
Two more RBI for Ethan Galimo as Parker Evans stands in from the right side. Milstead kicks and fires. Evans skies it high. Busquet gives it a look towards the Methodist dugout, but it will go out of play. And the count will be 0-1 on Evans. 10-4 your score. Methodist back on the board for the first time since the third to pad this lead. 2 runs in the first, 6 in the third, and 2 here in the fifth. So Methodist has seemingly taken an inning off in between its scoring spurts here today. But that 6-run third inning is the difference. Otherwise, the game would be tied up at 4 as Milstead deals the next pitch home to Evans, who takes outside, and the count evens at a ball and a strike. First and second with Galimo leading off first, Kuhn off second. As Milstead lifts and fires the 1-1, breaking ball, Evans takes a called strike, and it's 1-2. Milstead comes home with the 1-2. Evans was hit by the pitch and will take first. One ran inside. It's a little too far to the hand of Milstead and puts Galimo on second, Kuhn on third for Bronson Shake. It's an opportunity for Methodist to add even more here in the top half of the fifth inning. Leading 10-4, the bases are loaded for the third time this half inning. With Shake of the dish, the lefty stands in with Evans on first, Galimo on second, and Kuhn on third. First pitch home, outside, or actually a called strike on the outer edge, and the count 0-1. Milstead looks home to Busquet. Comes set of the belt. Kicks and fires a 0-1. Shake swings and misses, actually tips it foul. Got in on Busquet, who's a little shaken up behind home plate. As he gets back to his feet, he'll try and walk this one off. As the count moves 0-2 on Bronson Shake. Sarah Woodbury is going to come out of the Tornado dugout to check on Busquet, but it looks like he's all right. He'll walk over and have a quick chat with Sarah. As the two chat. With 2 outs here in the inning, it'll be a 0-2 count to Bronson Shake. Looks like according to the signals from Sarah Woodbury, she was getting Busquet to follow her finger. Maybe he took something off his head right there, but he's just fine as he passes a brief test. And will set up back behind home plate here for a 0-2 pitch from Kalen Milstead. Shake back in the left-handed batter's box. Milstead looking to limit the damage here in the fifth. Kicks and fires a 0-2. Shake watches off the plate for a ball. And the count moves 1-2. Kalen home with the 1-2. Shake lines it to right center, a base hit. Kuhn will score. Here comes Galimo around third. He will score. Evans gets a stop sign at third. It's a 2 RBI single from Bronson Shake. We've seen it all day. Just good piece of hitting again from Methodist. As Shake cashes in 2 more, Cade Bell will stand in with runners on the corners. Here in a 12-4 game, another big inning for Methodist. 10 runs coming between 2 innings in the third and the fifth. 6 runs in the third, 4 here in the fifth. An opportunity for Cade Bell to add more. In a 12-4 ball game. Left-handed Millstead comes home with the first pitch. Bell, dribbler through the right side. A base hit. Scoring easily is Evans. Shake will stop at second. And another 2-out RBI knock for Methodist. Back to the top for Austin Renzel. With Shake on second, Bell on first. Both cash in runs on back-to-back RBI singles. As Shake scores 2, Bell cashes in another. And here comes Austin Renzel, the league's top hitter in multiple categories. Watches the first pitch downstairs, ball 1. A little bit of a quieter day for Renzel. We've talked about a lot today, and he deserves that with the season he's had. So far, hitting well above 500 coming into this ball game. As Millstead deals the 1-0, Renzel a line drive to right center, another base hit. Rounding third is Shake. The throw will go to third to try and get the runner, and they will. The run comes across, but Cade Bell taken out at third base, and that will end the inning. But another 6-run frame for Methodist. We head to the bottom of the fifth. Tornadoes trail 14-4 when we come back on the other side.
Hey now, hey now, hey now, it's finger popping time. Finger popping time. I feel so good, and that's a real good sign.
Davis Anders will lead off the home half of the fifth for Brevard, desperately looking for an answer as 12 of the 14 runs have come in 2 innings in the third and the fifth. As Methodist puts up another crooked number, some errors have kept some innings alive. So if you're watching the live stats and you see all those unearned runs, it's because the Tornadoes have kept the innings alive with a couple miscues. That's allowed Methodist to capitalize as Patterson deals the first pitch that is fouled back. And the count is 0-1. Mentioned Patterson had a really quick inning. 3 outs with only 6 pitches as he's still under 100 pitches as we enter the fifth. He's had 3 outings, or 5 outings go 5 innings or more as he deals the 0-1 home. Anders watches up and in. The Count evens at a ball and a strike. Actually, I said he pitched 5 innings 5 times. He's only done it 3 times, but he's looking to make it a 4th here today and take some pressure off the bullpen, which in these 3-game series, it's 2-1 the count on Anders. A pitch home. Davis skies it high towards left. It's there for the shortstop who will make the play for the first out. So I said the run that came across counted. It did not. The run did not get across in time before the out at third base. We'll fix it. So it's 13-4. I know I said 14-4, but it is 13-4 as McCoy will stand in with 1 down. Pitch home to Gavin. Catches the top of the zone for a called strike. And it's 0-1. The 0-1 home to Gavin. He takes inside. The count evens at a ball and a strike. The 1-1 home to McCoy. Taps it off the end of the bat. Foul ball, and it's 1-2. The 1-2 home to McCoy. He dribbles it left side and foul to stay alive in the count. It's 1-2. One ball and 2 strikes. The count remains on Gavin McCoy after he fights off a couple pitches in succession. We'll get ready for the next 1-2. Patterson delivers outside, ball 2. Count evens at 2-2 on McCoy. Patterson winds. Deals a 2-2. McCoy clubs it deep to left, going back to the track. The wall. It is gone. Gavin McCoy, for the second time in his Brevard career, launches a solo home run to get Brevard back on the board. It's 13-5. A smoke shot off Gavin's bat to left field, and Brevard has momentum back here in the 5th.
Now batting, catcher number 48, Hunter Busquets.
12-5 now, right?
Here's Hunter Busquets looking to keep the line moving with 1 down here in the 5th as Hunter dribbles one out towards short, gets underneath the glove of the shortstop and into left field. And Busquets aboard via an error at shortstop. Tornadoes trying to string something together. The first miscue for Methodist here today, as Logan Sawyer will stand in from the right side. With Busquets aboard first. Patterson approaching 100 pitches. He's at 98 as he enters this at-bat with Logan Sawyer. First pitch home. Sawyer skies it high, right side, and out of play. And the count is 0-1. I know I say it a lot, but I do really appreciate you all tuning in to the broadcast. I hope you're enjoying these improvements that we've made throughout the year. I think it's really cool what we're able to do here now with this new camera setup, and we're glad to add something to experience at home as Sawyer takes a strike at the top of the zone. The count moves 0-2. Again, there's no 8-run swing of the bat. You have to chip away consistently. The Tornadoes still have plenty of time to do so. A good start with Gavin McCoy's second home run of the season. Second home run of the day for the Tornadoes. Davis Anders, a long ball earlier in the game, and now a chopper to third base that eats up Galimo. And we'll call it an infield single for Gavin McCoy. Or excuse me, for Logan Sawyer, as that one was a tough play for Galimo at third base. As Busquet advances to second, and Hinkle will stand in with runners on first and second. So we'll call it a hit for Logan Sawyer, a rocket off his bat, and it ate up Galimo. A little bit of tough hop for the Methodist third baseman to deal with, as now Hinkle stands in from the right side. Busquet dancing around off second, Sawyer off first, as Hinkle swings and misses at the first pitch from Patterson, and it's 0-1. No balls and a strike to Tyson Hinkle, as Patterson officially over 100 pitches at 102 here this afternoon. The pitch home to Tyson is downstairs. Good block by Evans to hold Busquet and Sawyer at their respective bases. A ball and a strike, the count to Tyson Hinkle, who's really burst on the scene for this Tornadoes program this season, as he slices the next pitch foul to the right side. The count moves 1-2. Hinkle here in his junior year came to the day tied for the most home runs on the team. Davis Sanders has taken over that title with his fourth blast of the year. That gave Brevard the tie at the time in the first. But since then, things have changed. Methodist has extended this lead to 13-5, but Brevard looking for an answer as Hinkle, a bounce to the left side. Galimo scoops start to first in time. Nice play from Galimo, but it moves Busquet and Sawyer up 90 feet. Methodist glad to trade that for the big second out. A really nice play to get the speedy Hinkle at first by Galimo. And now Bryson Jenwright will stand in with two in scoring position. Have to assume that this will probably be it for Presley Patterson after this inning. But if it is, what an outing it's been for him. Has given up some runs, has given up some hits, but again, it's that bend, don't break mentality, and Patterson has had that throughout today's action, and he has been helped out by his offense as Jenwright dribbles one right side to second, scooped up. Throw to first is in time for the third out. Mauger knocked it down, and he gets a bang-bang play at first to strand runners on second and third, as the Tornadoes do get one, but no more, despite some more traffic on the base paths. As we head to the sixth, it's 13-5 Methodist when we come back on the other side. Brandon Mauger will lead things off for Methodist here against Jager Pankowski, who enters for Kalen Milstead to start the 6th inning right here live on YouTube. As Jager, 4 1/3 innings this year, as he deals a first pitch strike to Mauger. And it's 0-1. 10.38 ERA for Jager Pankowski. 2 walks and 2 strikeouts for him across 4 1/3 innings of work as he deals home. Swing and a miss downstairs from Mauger. Strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes, bases empty here in a 13-5 ball game. In favor of the Monarchs, the Tornadoes able to get 1 back, but again, another opportunity in which they could have cut into the deficit a little bit more, but got to give Presley Patterson all the credit. He was able to buckle down and get the final 2 outs of the inning as Pankowski misses low. Count moves, a ball and 2 strikes. 2, 3, and 4, 2 up for Methodist. Here in the top half of the 6th with the Monarchs leading by 8. As Jager winds and fires a 1-2. Outside corner, called strike 3. Busquet did a beautiful job of pulling that one back in just a little bit to get the call as Mauger, not happy with the call, walks back to the dugout. As Pankowski 1 up, 1 down with a strikeout, and he'll face Israel Ortiz with Blake Freeman and Jackson Kuhn awaiting on deck. First pitch home from Jager is a dribbler right side that squeaks through into right field for a base hit. A lot of seeing eye base hits in this ball game as Ortiz punches it through the right side. He hands the bat to Blake Freeman with a runner on first and 1 away.
Batting designated hitter number 2, Blake Freeman.
Here's Freeman to stand in from the right side against the right-handed Jager Pankowski, who kicks and deals the first offering. Pretty pitch across the heart of the plate for a called strike, and it's 0-1. Sun's starting to shine down here on Gilcone Field. The skies have parted. Wasn't threatening clouds, but it was certainly partly cloudy as we enter today's action. But the skies showing some wispy blue in the backdrop of Gilcone Field as Freeman smokes one to right center. Generating on his horse. Not going to get there as it bounces on the warning track. Rounding second, going to third is Ortiz. He'll get the green light to go home. Freeman going for 3. And he's tagged out. Ortiz scores on the double from Freeman. He was trying to stretch it out to a triple, but he's thrown out going to third. But Ortiz comes in to score. It's an RBI double for Blake Freeman. And there's 2 away. 14-5 the score with Kuhn stepping up to the dish. It's the first pitch home from Pankowski, a little bit low. And the count is a ball and no strikes. Methodist able to add back on to this lead to make it a 9-run ball game. We thought it was a 9-run ball game, but that run did not come across in time when the out was recorded at third back in the 5th. It's a 14-5 on the 14th Methodist hit of the day. Go down as a double for Freeman out at third, trying to lay out a triple. Pitch home to Kuhn inside, and the count 3 balls and no strikes on Kuhn, who's had himself a nice afternoon. Kuhn 1 for 2 with an RBI on a RBI triple. He's walked twice today and in position to walk for a 3rd time, but Pankowski trying to work his way back in the count. It starts with the first strike. He gets it right there as he paints the outside corner. Counts 3 balls, 1 strike with 2 down. Here in the top half of the 6th inning. Pankowski winds and fires the 3-1. It's outside ball 4. Kuhn walks for the 3rd time today. He'll head down to first for Ethan Galimo.
Now batting third baseman number 1, Ethan Galimo.
Galimo 2 for 4, 5 RBI for the 3rd baseman this afternoon. What a day it's been for him. As he stands in from the right side with 2 down. Pankowski, quick check over to first. Back in time, it's Kuhn. Righty-righty matchup here with 2 away Force out at first and second for this Tornado defense as Pankowski deals the first pitch home to Galimo. It's inside. Counts the ball and no strikes. Jaeger looks home to Biscay behind the dish. Kicks and fires the 1-0. Clips the top of the zone. A called strike, and the count evens at 1-1. Again, we'll stay right here on this stream in between games. We'll give you guys a chance to go get a beverage, get some food, whatever you may need for game 2 here between Brevard and Methodist on a beautiful Saturday afternoon here in Brevard, North Carolina. The 1-1 just misses outside. And the count's 2-1. 2 balls and a strike to the red-hot Galimo, who's 2 for 4 with 5 RBI this afternoon. A 2-1. Off the plate again, ball 3. 3 balls and 1 strike to Ethan Galimo with 2 down here in the top half of the 6th inning. Pankowski, another check over to first on Kuhn, who's back in ahead of the throw. Pankowski comes set. Decent lead over at first for Kuhn as it's a swing and a miss for strike 2 from Galimo. Scoreboard's full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs for this Tornado defense. Looking to keep it a 14-5 ball game. Pankowski sets the 3-2 well outside. Ball 4. Back-to-back walks brings Kuhn to second. Galimo aboard first for Parker Evans. Do see some action there in that Tornado bullpen. If my eyes served me well, looks like it's Jacob Wild getting warmed up out there. So keep an eye on that as the Tornadoes have had to use some arms here in Game 1. Methodist has been served well by Presley Patterson, who's gotten through 5 innings again. Don't think we'll see him again in the 6th. He's over 100 pitches, but you never know. Patterson looks strong, even with over 100 pitches on the day. As Pankowski misses high on the first pitch to Evans, the next pitch low and outside, ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. Runners on first and second with 2 down here in the top of the 6th. The 2-0 home from Jaeger, a breaking ball that stays upstairs, and the count 3 balls and no strikes. Pankowski comes set. The 3-0 pumps in a strike to Evans, who is taking all the way, and the count moves 3-1. Righty-righty matchup here with 2 away as Kuhn leads off second, Galimo off first. The 3-1. Evans, a towering fly ball. That looks playable for Sawyer on the lip of the right field grass, and he will make the play for out number 3. Pankowski gets out of it, strange runners on first and second, but Methodist adds 1. It's 14-5. After 5.5, we get to the bottom of the 6th right here live on YouTube. Bottom 6 on the way. It'll be 9-1-2 for this Tornado offense as a new pitcher in the game for Methodist. As Presley Patterson's day is done, but what an excellent job by him as Andrew Boubon will pitch for Methodist. Hasn't pitched since late February, but in his couple outings, he was really good for this Methodist team, as he went 5 scoreless innings against Virginia Wesleyan, allowed no hits in those 5 innings, and dealt 7 strikeouts to just 2 walks. 5 of the 6 innings he's pitched this year came in that outing against Virginia Wesleyan. And opposing teams hitting just 105 against Boubon. I know it's a small sample size, but nonetheless impressive from the Monarch relief arm who comes in to face Mo Love Jr. We'll recap Presley Patterson's line here in a moment as Boubon winds and fires a first pitch to Mo, who limps it down the left field line, and it will drop for extra bases. Mo banana peels around first and heads for a stand-up double at second base. Back to the top now for Gavin Grant. Good start to this half inning for this Tornado offense with Love Jr. pumping a double down the left field line. And he'll pass it over to Gavin Grant with nobody out. First pitch Mo sees is scorched to left to put a runner aboard first or second for Gavin Grant. First pitch to Grant. Grant lifts it high towards left center field. Renzel over on it will make the play. Mo will stay put at second as Renzel comes up firing. And Grant is retired for the first out. 2 pitches for Boubon. One resulted in a double. The other one a fly out to center as Nico Bartolotti will stand in with a runner on second and 1 away. Talking about Presley Patterson, now the 4th time this season he's gone 5 innings or more, and he's in line for the win today, and deservedly so. Patterson, 106 pitches, allowed 5 runs again, but it's that bend don't break. He walked 4 to just 1 strikeout, but he was able to limit the Tornadoes and let his offense do the rest throughout this afternoon. And 4 of those 5 runs came early in the 1st and 2nd inning. He dealt 2 scoreless in between the 4th and the 5th before allowing, or 3rd and the 4th, for that solo home run from McCoy. As Bartolotti, a dribbler to the right side, taken care of by Kuhn. As it advances Mo Love Jr. to third base. But again, that's something you'll take if you're Methodist, especially with a 9-run lead. As Davis Anders will step up for Brevard. Not a bad day offensively again from the Tornadoes. 5 runs on 8 hits, but have stranded some runners. A couple errors defensively have helped Methodist keep some innings alive and build this 9-run lead as Anders stands in from the right side to face Boubon with 2 down. First pitch home to Davis. He skies it high towards shallow right field. It's on the lip of the outfield grass for Mauger, who puts it away for out number 3. Boubon buckles down and gets the next 3 after the leadoff double from Mo Love Jr., who's stranded at third. And we head to the top of the 7th, 14-5 Methodist when we come back on the other side. Jacob Wild in the ball game. He takes over for Jager Pankowski here in the top half of the seventh inning. 14-5 as Brevard uses its fifth arm here in game one as Bronson Shake will step in. That's one big advantage for Methodist is Methodist has only used 2 guys. Brevard has used 5. The first game of a 3-game set as Shake pops one left side and foul. So a win in multiple ways for Methodist so far. Again, things can change. Brevard still has some opportunities left here in this ball game. As Wild sets, kicks and fires the pitch home to Shake downstairs. And the count evens at 1-1. Brevard will have another chance coming up after this. We'll take about a 20 to 30 minute break before we get going for game 2 as Wild deals. Shake dribbles one right side and underneath the glove of Davis Anders. Trickles into right field. It'll be a base hit for Shake. As it brings Cade Bell back up to the ditch. Wild so far this season, 3 1/3 innings. An inning and a third came against Piedmont where he allowed no hits, struck out 1. And a scoreless relief outing in that Tornado midweek win over the Piedmont Lions on Tuesday. That was a really nice win for the Tornadoes. Talked about it a lot, but a quality Piedmont team that beat this Methodist team 2 out of 3 times. As it's a swing and a tip in the glove of Biscay for strike 1 from Cade Bell. Runner on first, nobody out after the single from Shake. As Wild comes set, kicks and fires, Bell takes downstairs, count evens at 1-1. Jacob sets, kicks and fires. Breaking ball catches the inside corner for a called strike 2. I mentioned this on Tuesday, but Jacob, a very good tour guide. Gave me my tour when I had my orientation, and he was excellent. Looked like a pro out there to Jacob. Knows a lot about this campus as he deals a 1-2. It's tipped foul. And Bell just able to stay alive as it nicks off the glove of Biscay. Count remains a ball and 2 strikes. Wild to Bell as we will head back to the top after this. Austin Renzel is on deck for Methodist. Wild comes set. Ready to deal the next 1-2. He lifts and fires. Bell lifts one into center field. Playable for Jenwright, who has to lay out, but he makes the play in center field for out number 1. Nice play by Bryson. Another ball that was just sinking down into center field. I don't think he realized how quickly it was dying there in center, but Jenwright able to lay out and make the Superman grab for out number 1. Back to the top for Renzel as Shake stays put at first. And Wild toes the slab. Righty-righty matchup here. Double play ball in order for this defense with Shake at first base. Wild kicks and fires. Breaking ball at the top of the zone. A called strike. It's 0-1. No balls, 1 strike, 1 away. As Wild peeks over his shoulder briefly, but ready is to kick and deal the 0-1. Swing and a miss downstairs from Renzel, strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes to, I wouldn't even say arguably, statistically wise, the best hitter in this order who has been limited to a certain extent today, but you can only keep a guy that hits over 500 through 17 games quiet for so long. As Wild looks to deal with him for the second out, he kicks and deals the 0-2. Runner takes off. Renzel lifts it down the left field line, but it's tailing foul. And the count remains 0-2. Renzel 1 for 3 today, 2 RBI. He's walked twice as well. As he works in a 0-2 count here with Jacob Wild. Wild, another peek over to first. Anders able to knock it down to keep it in front. No advancement from Shake. As Wild slowly heads back towards the mound. Anders looked a little shaken up, but he gives the umpire and Hunter Biscay behind the dish a thumbs up. He's back ready to go. Here for this next 0-2 from Jacob Wild. Wild sets. Lifts, fires a 0-2. Renzel skies it high towards shallow left center. Playable for the shortstop Bartolotti, who puts it away for the second out. So Renzel dealt with for the third time today. Now 1 for 4. Shake stays put at first. And Mauger will step in with 2 down. Wild in the stretch. Fires the first pitch home to Mauger, who takes downstairs for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs. Wild looking for a scoreless 7th. Get this Tornado offense back to work. Mauger takes a called strike on the inside corner. Count evens at 1-1. Top of the 7th. Here in Brevard, North Carolina, it's been controlled by Methodist since the 3rd inning, where it put up 6 runs as Mauger grounds one left side through for a base hit. Shake stays put at second as the runners move station to station on the single through the left side from Brandon Mauger. Now Israel Ortiz, again, if the Monarchs can score this run from second, Brevard will have to score in its half of the 7th to keep the game alive. As the left-handed Ortiz will stand in for Methodist. Wild kicks and fires the first pitch. Swing and a miss. Actually, a foul ball from Ortiz. Nonetheless, the count is 0-1. On the 3-hole hitting Israel Ortiz. Ortiz 2 for 4 this afternoon. He awaits the next offering from Wild. The 0-1. Inside. That's a dance out of the way, and the count evens at a ball and a strike. Ball and a strike to Ortiz with runners on first and second and 2 down. Wild kicks and fires. Tips in the glove of Biscay. Strike 2. Wild looking to build on a scoreless outing against Piedmont. As he looks for a scoreless 7th here to leave the door open for this offense. Next pitch home, swing and a miss downstairs. Throw down to first is in time for out number 3. That will end the inning. Jacob Wild out of it, a scoreless frame. Strange runners on first and second. And we'll come back for the bottom of the 7th. It's 14-5 Methodist when we return on the other side. Boubon back out there for Methodist, and it'll be Gavin McCoy who launched his second home run of the season, second career home run in the fifth inning. I got Brevard back on the board for the first time since the second, and looks to start off this half inning on the right foot. Here in the seventh, 14-5 Methodist as Boubon starts in the windup and delivers home to McCoy, who takes and it clipped him. So Gavin sees one pitch and he's heading to first. Now it's Hunter Biscay.
Now batting for the Tornadoes, catcher number 48, Hunter Biscay.
Here's Hunter Biscay from the right side. McCoy aboard first with nobody out. As Boubon kicks and fires, McCoy a high fly ball to right field. Actually, Biscay, my apologies. The right fielder Shake takes care of it. And two pitches. One of them was a hit by pitch. The other one, Biscay, skies to right. And now Logan Sawyer will step in.
Logan Sawyer.
Seeing some quick outs in this ball game as Biscay skies out to right. Not bad swings by Brevard, just getting a little bit under it here early in counts as Boubon, only 7 pitches so far in relief as he, I believe, plunked Sawyer. Actually, he went off his hand, so it's a foul ball. The hand is an extension of the bat. So the count is 0-1. Looked like Sawyer might have checked his swing, got it on the knuckles as he shakes it off. Stands back in from the right side. 0-1 the count on Logan as McCoy leads off first. Boubon kicks and fires. Now time is called. It's a balk that sends McCoy to second base. So 0-1 the count on Sawyer. McCoy into scoring position on the balk as Sawyer squares him up, pops it up right back to the pitcher, Boubon. And that's out, number 2.
Now batting third baseman number 3, Tyson Hinkle.
Here's Tyson Hinkle with a runner in scoring position and 2 away. As Hinkle stands in from the right side. Pitch home to Tyson. He skies it high right side, not a play. The count is 0-1. So 2 down. McCoy still on second. As Boubon readjusts on the mound. McCoy, a small lead off second. Nobody holding him on the second base bag. 0-1 to Tyson Hinkle. Line drive into left field, a base hit. McCoy gets a stop sign at third. And a 2-out single from Tyson Hinkle. Here's Bryson Jenwright. The lefty will stand in with 2 down. I mentioned it a couple times this year. I think Bryson's the only one in the lineup that swings the bat without batting gloves. A bit of an old school look from Jenwright, the freshman, who stands in with runners on the corners and 2 down. Pitch home from Boubon. Jenwright takes downstairs for a ball. Count a ball and no strikes. Again, you got to chip away in these games. There's no swing that will give you 8 runs, or 9 runs as the lead stands for Methodist. Jenwright 1 for 3 today. Awaits a 1-0. He skies it to right. On his horse's Shake, and I'll make the play over his shoulder for out number 3. Good swing from Jenwright, better play in right from Shake. And the Tornadoes scoreless again in the 7th. We head to the top of the 8th, 14-5 Methodist when we come back on the other side. Back here at Gilcone Field, it's Juan Perez to take over for his first outing of the season. To take over for Jacob Wild, he'll face Blake Freeman with the bases empty and nobody out. Tornadoes trail 14-5 as we enter the top of the 8th inning. Ryan Wilkes with you here live on YouTube. Thanks for tuning in this afternoon as we're just about through game 1. As Perez will get ready to deal the first pitch of his season. Didn't appear in 2025 either. As he'll toe the slab, the righty to face the right-handed Blake Freeman. Perez comes set. Kicks and fires the first pitch home. It's high and in for a ball. Count a ball and no strikes. The 1-0 pitch home from Perez. Grounded up the middle. Squeaks through the diving stab of Bartolotti and a base hit. So Freeman pokes one up the middle. And now Jackson Kuhn will stand back in with a runner on first and nobody out. Tornadoes have gone through a handful of arms today. It started with Matthew Evans. Grayson Ledford pitched, as well as Jager Pankowski, Jacob Wild, and now Juan Perez. As we have pinch runner here, taking over for Freeman. As Tyler Hicks will take first base for Freeman. Hicks leads off the first base bag. Anders covering as Perez comes set. First pitch home to Kuhn is downstairs. Blocked up by Biscay, but it will allow Hicks to advance to second as it skipped away just enough from Biscay to allow Hicks to race to second base on the wild pitch. And the count of ball and no strikes. Runner in scoring position now for Kuhn. As the right-handed Juan Perez sets to the belt. Kicks and fires a 1-0. Strike on the outside corner, and the count evens at a ball and a strike. Again, I hope you decide to return to the live stream after a brief intermission in between games. We'll get game 2 underway. If it stands, Brevard will be looking to even the series at 1 and force a rubber match tomorrow. So you can come out on top here in this high-powered USA South Conference series as the pitch is downstairs. Biscay able to recover in time before Hicks decided to take off for third. So he stays put. The count 2 balls and a strike on Jackson Kuhn. Perez, a brief look back to second. Comes home with the 2-1. Kuhn watches outside, ball 3. 3 balls and a strike to Jackson Kuhn. As we work through the meat of this Methodist order, Ethan Galimo on deck, Parker Evans in the hole for the Monarchs. Here in the top of the 8th inning. Perez kicks and fires a 3-1. It's a chopper back to the mound. Perez fields, throws to first in time for the first out. Good play by Juan to get the out at first as Hicks advances to third. And now Ethan Galimo will stand in. Galimo 2 for 4 with 5 RBI, and he walked his last time at the dish. As he stands in from the right side, Hicks on third base, pinch running for Blake Freeman after the leadoff single. Perez kicks and fires the first pitch home. It runs up and in. Galimo able to duck out of the way, and the count a ball and no strikes. $14 runs on 17 hits for this Methodist team. As the infield now in on the lip of the infield grass, Galimo chops it high left side and foul. The count evens at a ball and a strike. So Hinkle, Bartolotti, Sawyer, and Anders all playing in. on Ethan Galimo here. He's got plenty of space. If he were to shoot it up the middle, it would certainly get through, but the infield playing in here in a 1-1 count. Pitch home to Galimo. He taps it foul on the count. 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes. In and out with a runner here on third. Perez dealing to Ethan Galimo. As Perez comes set. The 1-2. Chopper left side to short. Bartolotti Fields looks back to third. Throws across the diamond in time for out number 2. Works out perfectly that the infield was in there with the speed of Ethan Galimo. Bartolotti looks back, Hicks at third, and throws across the diamond in time for out number 2. Here's Parker Evans. As Perez looks for out number 3, despite allowing that leadoff single. First pitch home to Evans. He takes downstairs for a ball. And the count's a ball and no strikes. One ball, no strikes, and 2 outs. As Perez kicks and fires. This one a line drive towards short. Bartolotti leaps and makes a grab for out number 3. Bartolotti robs Evans of extra bases, and we head to the bottom of the 8th. A scoreless frame for Juan Perez. Tornadoes still trail by 9 when we come back on the other side. Back here at Gilcone Field, we'll take a second to thank our final corporate sponsor. When the sun goes down, does your home disappear into the darkness? Are your walkways or parking areas hard to see? Or do harsh floodlights take over the whole yard? Carolina Outdoor Lighting designs, installs, and maintains custom outdoor lighting systems that make your home safe, welcoming, and beautifully illuminated. Using creative techniques with light and shadow, they highlight what matters most without glare or light pollution. For 9 years, homeowners across Brevard and western North Carolina have trusted Carolina Outdoor Lighting to bring their homes to life at night. CarolinaOutdoorLighting.com. Elegant, safe, and designed with purpose. It's Mo Love Jr. to lead off the home half of the 8th, and he pops the first pitch foul and out of play. I want to take one more opportunity to thank all our corporate sponsors, Hustle Wing Company, Long Cane Trails, White Squirrel Baseball Academy, and most recently Carolina Outdoor Lighting, as Mo pokes a single in the left field to lead off the 8th in a solid way with a leadoff single, and we'll go back to the top for Gavin Grant. A scoreless frame for Juan Perez. Back-to-back scoreless frames from Jacob Wild and Juan Perez to keep this a 9-run ball game. And Gavin Grant will stand in with Mo Love Jr. on first and nobody out. We've seen this Brevard team have crooked numbers and innings before, most recently the 11-run inning against Piedmont in the midweek win. As a check over to first on Mo, he is back in safely, and the throw gets away. Mo running around second. He's going to head for third, and he'll stop right there on the 2-base error from the pitcher, Boubont. So now Mo Love Jr. 90 feet away for Grant. Can't ask for a much better start if you're the Tornadoes. A base hit and then a two-base error. The second error of the contest on Methodist. To put a runner on third with nobody out. First pitch home to Gavin Grant. He takes inside, and it hit him. So runners on the corners for Nico Bartolotti. Things haven't necessarily gone the Tornadoes' way in this one, but do the Tornadoes have one last surge to try and get back in this ball game? Here in the bottom of the eighth, good start to this eighth inning. The single from Mo Love Jr., two-base error by Boubon, and then he plunks Gavin Grant. But runners on the corners, and nobody out for Nico. First pitch home to Bartolotti. He watches high for a ball, and the count of ball and no strikes. The 1-0 home to Bartolotti. Swing and a miss. Count evens the ball and a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike the count. Runners on the corners, and Grant and Love Jr. at third. With Davis Anders and Gavin McCoy awaiting. Dangerous part of the order here for the Tornadoes. As Bartolotti takes downstairs. Next pitch home to Nico, high and away. Grayson Slusher is in the catch. Forgot to update that, but nonetheless, the count 2 balls and 1 strike on Nico Bartolotti. Actually, it was a 3-1 count, and he takes a walk. And the bases are loaded as Grant heads to second. Love Jr. stays put at third, and just like that, the Tornadoes, a golden opportunity to cut into this deficit with the bases loaded, nobody out. As Anders will stand in from the right side. Boubon trying to work his way out of trouble, a guy that's been really good this season, although limited innings. As Anders takes a called strike at the top of the zone, and it's 0-1. Anders homer early in this game to tie it at 2 in the first. As he swings and misses on a slider tailing out of the zone. The count is 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. Bases loaded. Nobody out for this Tornado offense. Trailing 14-5 here in the 8th. Pitch home to Anders is high. And the count is 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes on Davis Anders with the bases juiced and nobody out here in the 8th. Anders skies one deep to left center, going back to the track, the wall, and it is caught on the warning. Actually, it gets down on the warning track for extra bases. Now, Anders caught in a pickle with Bartolotti, and he'll head back to first. So it's a long single off the bat of Davis Anders. Not too far from leaving the yard as Bartolotti heads to second, Grant to third, Love Jr. in to score. And the bases remain loaded for Gavin McCoy. So a deep fly ball. Bartolotti wisely didn't go to second because he wasn't sure if it was going to be caught or if it was going to get down. So it goes down as a long single for Davis Anders. But he makes it 14-6. Now McCoy watches the first pitch downstairs for ball 1. Anders at first, Bartolotti at second, Grant on third. And the Tornadoes back within 8 with 1 run here in the 8th. And certainly plenty of opportunity to get more. And tighten the leash on Methodist a little bit here in the 8th. McCoy slices it down the right field line, tailing out of play. And the count evens at a ball and a strike. Bit of a lengthy game between these two. We're at 3 hours on the dot here at 3 o'clock p.m. in Brevard, North Carolina. And we had 9 more innings of baseball to play here this afternoon. Boubon comes home with the 1-1. McCoy a check swing called strike nonetheless, and it's 1-2. Hunter Biscay on deck in the hole, Logan Sawyer. As the Tornadoes trying to piece together a comeback. Still a lot of work to do, but the opportunity is there with the bases juiced. And nobody out. The 1-2 to Gavin is a screamer in the outfield, and it carries over the center fielder's head. Scoring easily is Grant. Here comes Nico Bartolotti. Anders right behind him. McCoy trucking for 3, and he's in, standing up. A bases clearing 3 RBI triple for Gavin McCoy, and the Tornadoes are within 5.
Now batting, catcher number 48, Hunter Biscay.
A 3 RBI triple as McCoy might have pulled a hamstring a little bit there, as it looks like Kyle Andrew is in to pinch run. Actually, Cannon Morrison now on third. What a swing from McCoy. It looked like Renzel took a step in. And by the time he took that step in, the ball was carrying off the bat of McCoy, who now has a home run and a triple today. And the Tornadoes a 4 spot here in the 8th, looking for more with Hunter Biscay at the dish and Cannon Morrison pinch running for Gavin McCoy at third base. You could see it, Gavin, when he was pulling into third base, he was hobbling a little bit. Hopefully it's just cramps, as Gavin has had a wonderful afternoon, a wonderful season overall. As Biscay stands in from the right side. Tornadoes within 5 with 4 runs here in the 8th. As Boubon delivers, Biscay lifts it to left. Playable for the left fielder. Morrison tagging from third. Who will come home as the throw is cut off. Trickles away from Galimo. And it scores Cannon Morrison from third base.
Now batting, second baseman number 9, Logan Sawyer.
Here's Logan Sawyer. With the bases empty, it's 14-10. The Tornadoes within 4. And still 2 outs to work with. Here in the 8th, Sawyer a high chopper towards short. Backpedaling, it's a shortstop throw across the diamond. Not in time as Logan reaches first. An infield single to shortstop as Cade Bell had to backtrack to even have a play at that one. And not a bad attempt to try and get Sawyer at first. Good job by Kuhn to keep the throw in front. Nonetheless, Tyson Hinkle will stand in with a runner on first. So Hinkle stands in from the right side. Sawyer on first base as the Tornadoes tally their 13th hit of the day. 30 combined hits, 24 combined runs in this ball game as Hinkle takes downstairs. And the count is a ball and no strikes. The 1-0, called strike on the outer edge to Hinkle, and the count evens at a ball and a strike. It looked like Methodist was running away with this ball game, but before you knew it, Brevard has tightened the leash on Methodist here in the 8th. As Hinkle grounds it left side, it squeaks through for a base hit. Sawyer will pull up at second as Hinkle punches it through the left side, and it's first and second for Bryson Jenright. Tornadoes were down 9 entering this half inning, as it looks like this will do it for Boubon. As it's like they're going to take the ball from him. It's the second time they've come out to chat with Boubon here in this half inning, as it will be a call to the bullpen. It will be first and second for Brevard. We'll talk about the new arm for Methodist when we come back on the other side.
Hey now, it's finger pop.
Bryce Mauger will take over here for Methodist as he relieves Andrew Bubon. As Brevard is in the midst of a massive surge here in the 8th inning. 5 runs for Brevard to tighten the hatches and make it a 4-run game. Bryson Jenright will stand in to face off with Bryce Mauger, who's dealt 11 1/3 innings here in his season. With an 0-1 record, his last outing was a season-high 3 innings, allowing 1 run with 2 strikeouts against Southern Virginia as Jenright stands in from the left side. First and second for Brevard with Hinkle on first, Sawyer on second, and 1 away. First pitch home to Jenright. He skies it high into shallow left center. It's playable for the shortstop Bell, who puts it away for the second out. 1 pitch, 1 out for Mauger out of the bullpen. And it's a big one for the second out here in the 8th. As we'll send it back to Mo Love Jr., who started this inning off with a single. As the Tornadoes have batted around here in the 8th. 14-10 your score, 31 combined hits between the two sides. 24 total runs and what's been a barn burner of a series opener here in the USA South. First pitch home to Mo. Slow dribbler up the middle. Throw to first is in time for the third out. 2 pitches, 2 outs for Bryce Mauger out of the bullpen as he gets the Monarchs out of trouble, but Brevard scores 5. It's a 4-run game. We head to the 9th right here live on YouTube.
Hey now, hey now, hey now, it's finger popping time. Finger popping time. I feel so good, and that's a real good sign.
Back here for the top of the 9th, it's Cole Smith to take over on the mound. As Bronson Shake will lead things off. Smith, a third of an inning here in his sophomore season, as he gets his second outing of the year to face 8-9-1 in this Monarch order. Tornadoes have tightened this thing up. It's a 4-run game, 14-10 as we enter the 9th. As Smith cycles through his signs with Hunter Biscay behind the dish. First pitch home, Smith to Shake is on the outside corner, a called strike. This game has turned quite a bit. The Tornadoes have some life late in this ball game. We'll need at least 4. Smith trying to keep it a 4-run deficit here in the top of the 9th inning. As Smith kicks and fires outside. Count evens at 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Smith to Bronson shake. Smith kicks and fires, paints the outside corner, a called strike. It's 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, bases empty, nobody out for this Tornado defense. As Smith comes set. The 1-2 on the way to shake. Line drive towards short right there for Nico Bartolotti, who gloves it for the first out. Now it's Cade Bell, who will step up. The 9-hole hitting Bell will hit here. The base is empty and 1 down. It was a 6-run third and a 5-run fifth. It's really been the difference for Methodist. 11 runs in those 2 frames, but Brevard has shown that it doesn't go away easily. I mentioned that earlier. You can't do it all with one swing, but you can chip away, and Brevard did that in the 8th as Bell lines one down the third base line foul. And the count is 0-1. Smith looks home to Bousquet, comes set at the belt. Kicks and fires a 0-1 home. A looper off the end of the bat into shallow right. Sawyer over his shoulder makes a snow cone grab for out number 2. Nice play by Logan Sawyer. It's easier said than done to be running and finding the ball over your shoulder, but like a wide receiver in football, Sawyer able to glove it for out number 2. So Austin Renzel will stand in with the bases empty and 2 down. Try and keep this frame alive for Methodist, perhaps looking for some insurance. Here in the top of the 9th. First pitch home, Smith to Renzel. He squares the bunt, pulls back on a breaking ball that clips the inside corner for strike 1. 6 pitches, 5 strikes, and 2 outs for Cole Smith. Here in this relief outing in the 9th as Renzel backs out and calls time. Right-handed Renzel steps back in. Smith comes set. A 0-1 pitch on the way from Smith. Runs inside. Almost got Renzel, but he's able to step out of the way of that ball. And the count evens at a ball and a strike. The 1-1 on the way from Smith. A high chopper left side to short. Bartolotti gloves. Had to readjust, and he throws it, gets away from Anders. And it'll allow Renzel to advance to second. So we'll say an infield single for Renzel. And then he advances on the error from Nico Bartolotti. And it's a runner on second now for Brandon Mauger. Renzel was going to beat that out. Bartolotti, it looked like fumbled it in the glove a little bit. Would have been a tough play regardless. So it'll be a single for Renzel. And he's on second for Mauger. Smith sets. First pitch home to Renzel. A breaking ball that stays a little bit too far in. The count, a ball and no strikes. A lengthy game here between 2 high-powered offenses, showing exactly why today. Both teams double-digit runs, double-digit hits. 14 runs on 17 hits for Methodist, 10 runs on 14 hits for the Tornadoes as a pitch from Smith finds the outside corner to even the count at a ball and a strike. Smith just looking to keep this deficit at 4 to allow this offense, who has the momentum, to get back to work. With 3 outs to work with in the bottom of the 9th. Smith kicks, fires the 1-1. A line drive towards third, gets underneath the glove of Hinkle. Renzel gets the green light around third. He'll come in and score. And Methodist has some insurance here in the 9th. So here's Israel Ortiz with a runner on first and 2 down in Mauger after the 2-out single. As actually it looks like we have a pinch hitter here for Ortiz, who will step in. Jesse Osborne will hit for Methodist. With 2 away in the inning, he watches a first pitch strike from Smith, and it's 0-1. Osborne 1 for 10 this season. His lone hit was a 2 RBI triple for Methodist. As the runner takes off, Biscay able to glove it, but Mauger takes second base. It was stolen base for Mauger. And the count of ball and a strike on Osborne. The pitch on the way from Smith. A chopper towards third by Osborne. Backhand by Hinkle. Throw across a diamond. What a play for out number 3. Tyson Hinkle. A SportsCenter top 10 worthy play. The backhand taking his momentum toward the Brevard dugout. The throw across the diamond is perfection for the final out of the top of the 9th. We head to the bottom half. Methodist does get one to pad its lead just a hair. And it's 15-10 when we come back on the other side.
Hey now, hey now, hey now, it's finger popping time. Finger popping time. I feel so good, and that's a real good sign.
Seven's at first. Yeah. So, everything else should be the same. Probably could have heard it because I did not have my mic muted in between breaks. But nonetheless, was talking defensive changes. Magaro was at first. He takes over first for Jackson Kuhn, who will now pitch. And in left field is Jesse Osborne, who takes over that left field position as Gavin Grant will lead off this bottom half of the 9th. The Tornadoes need at least 5 here in this 9th inning, trailing 15-10, as Methodist does add one on an RBI single. Kuhn into pitch for the Monarchs. First pitch home to Gavin Grant to call it strike. And it's 0-1. Kuhn, 22 innings this season, a 1-2 record, 6.14 ERAs, 18 strikeouts to 10 walks as Grant pokes one up the middle, fielded by Bell. Throw to first is in time for the first out. Bang, bang play at the first base bag. Nice play by Bell to Magaro over at first. And there's one away for Nico Bartolotti. Pitch on the way from Kuhn. Bartolotti, swing and a miss for strike one. No balls and a strike to Nico. As Kuhn winds and fires downstairs to Bartolotti, and the count evens to the ball and a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Bases empty for the Tornadoes, who trail by 5 here in the bottom of the 9th. Kuhn winds and fires. Bartolotti rips it through the right side off the diving stab of Miguero. And he's aboard first with one down. Hard hit ball by Nico Bartolotti. And he's aboard for Davis Anders.
First baseman number 21, Davis Anders.
Looks like Lucas Woodard will pinch hit as he stands in the on-deck circle. As Anders stands in from the right side to face off with Kuhn with Bartolotti on first and one away. Kuhn sets the letters. Kicks and fires the first pitch to Davis. Misses off the outside corner on the count of ball and no strikes. Regardless of how this one ends, you have to be proud of the fight from this Brevard team who kind of had all the air sucked out of it after that 6-run third and even more with the 5-run fifth, but the Tornadoes never gave up and scored 5 in the 8th as Anders takes up and in for ball 2. And also, if Methodist finds a way to pull this one out, I think Brevard will still go into game 2 with a decent bit of momentum based on what it's been able to do down the stretch here in this first game of the doubleheader. The 2-0 to Anders, called strike at the top of the zone, and the count moves 2-1. 2 balls, a strike, and 1 out with Bartolotti after the 1-out single leads off first. Anders homered early in this game. Definitely be a good time for another one of those as Anders takes same spot, same result. A strike at the top of the zone, and it's 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, and an out as Kuhn comes set. The 2-2, swing and a miss up high, strike 3. Anders down on strikes. The Tornadoes down to their final out as Woodard will pinch hit here in what was Gavin McCoy's spot. McCoy had that bases clearing 3 RBI triple, but as I mentioned, he came up a little giddy to the third base bag. So keep an eye on that in game 2. As Woodard looks to keep it alive for the Tornadoes. Runner on first, 2 down. As Kuhn sets the letters. First pitch home to Lucas outside for ball 1. Ball and no strikes to Woodard. As Kuhn toes the slab, looks home to his catcher Slusher, who entered defensively in the last inning. The 1-0 to Lucas. Foul tipped back to the backstop, and the count evens at 1-1. Hunter Biscay is on deck. Logan Sawyer in the hole. We'll see if we get there with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 9th. This has been a lengthy ball game approaching 3.5 hours. And what has been an offensive showcase. 33 combined hits, 25 combined runs between these two sides. As Kuhn comes set, the 1-1. High ball 2. Two balls, 1 strike, and 2 outs for Lucas Woodard, who looks to keep this thing alive for the Tornadoes in the bottom half of the 9th inning. Kuhn delivers. It's a chopper off the handle of the bat by Woodard, covering as Kuhn. Throw to first is in time for out number 3, and that's how this one comes to a close. It wasn't without a fight from Brevard, but Methodist prevails, powered by 2 big innings, 11 runs between the 3rd and the 5th. Power the Monarchs to their 3rd conference win. 3-1 now in conference play as Methodist. Brevard falls to 2-2. We'll have game 2 coming up in about 30 minutes when we return on the other side. Back here for game 2, it's Brevard and Methodist for the second game of this doubleheader. Caden Tootin on the mound, finishing his warm-up for the Tornadoes. It's Casey Shanks, the freshman, catching him behind the plate. Davis Anders at first, Logan Sawyer at second, Nico Bartolotti at short, Tyson Hinkle at third, and the outfield remains the same. Olob Jr. in right, Bryson Jenright in center, and Gavin Grant in left. Very few changes for both sides in the roster, or in the starting lineup here for game 2 as Tootin finishes his warm-up. And we will get underway here in game number 2. It'll be Renzel to lead things off for Methodist. After Brevard battled back but fell eventually 15-10 in game 1. Up to bat for Methodist, number 17, Austin Renzel. So Tootin 0-1 this season. A 7.50 ERA for the righty. As he will get things going here in game 2. First pitch, owner Renzel is off the plate of ball. And we're underway at 4:02 p.m. First pitch here in game number 2. Next pitch home from Tootin is downstairs. Count evens. Removes 2 balls and no strikes. Renzel batting from the right-hand side. Awaits a 2-0 from Caden Tootin. The pitch home is a called strike at the top of the zone, and it's 2-1. Our umpires here in game 2, Carson Nadell behind the plate. B. Smith is the first base umpire, and the crew chief, Scott Alexander, is at third base here for this second game. The 2-1. Renzel squared to bunt, pulled back, but it's a called strike on the outside corner. And it's 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, bases empty, nobody out for Tootin in this Brevard defense as he kicks and fires just off the plate, ball 3, and the count moves full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Did not miss by much, did Tootin on that pitch on the outside corner. But he misses just off the outside part of the plate, and the count goes full on the leadoff hitter, Renzel. The pitch home from Tootin is sliced foul to the right side, and Renzel stays alive. 6 pitches in this at-bat. To update you guys on what's going on Brevard's campus today, men's and women's lacrosse, a doubleheader against Huntington on the women's side, 11-9. The Tornadoes fell, and it's 12-0 William Peace at halftime over the Brevard men's lacrosse team. As the next 3-2, Renzel fights it off again to stay alive, and he will see pitch number 8 of this opening at-bat in this second game of the doubleheader. He's fouled pitches off in back-to-back offerings from Caden Tootin. As the righty comes set, the next 3-2 is a hard hit ground ball right side. Sawyer scoops it up, lost his footing, and lost his glove as the ball gets away. Renzel slides into second. It'll be a single for Renzel and an error on Logan Sawyer as he heads to second. Up to bat for Methodist, number 12, Brandon Mauger. So Mauger will step in for Methodist as Renzel heads over to second. It was a hard-hit ball, and Sawyer had to try to keep his footing, but give the single to Renzel, and eventually the error on Sawyer that puts Renzel on second base. First pitch from Tootin to Mauger on the way. It's outside for ball 1. Thanks for sticking around today. For all of you tuned into the live stream, we do appreciate it as we take you through 18 innings of baseball. We're halfway through that as we start game 2 here at the top of the first. Tootin kicks and fires a 1-0. Mauger watches a strike at the top of the zone, and the count evens at a ball and a strike. Pretty nice day for baseball, about 77 degrees as we get going here in game number 2. Tootin looks back to second briefly, but comes home with the 1-1. Mauger, a dribbler up the middle to short. Bartolotti scoops, throws to first, and it's unable to be picked by Anders. It's going to be an error on Nico Bartolotti. That puts Mauger aboard first, and Renzel heads to third. Up to bat for the Monarchs, number 22, Israel Ortiz. So Ortiz will step in from the left-handed batter's box and We'll have runners on the corners. A pair of miscues for the Tornadoes here in the first. As Tootin kicks and fires, it's a called strike. Nothing in one. The count. A pair of errors puts runners aboard for Methodist here in the first as Tootin sets and fires the 0-1. Slice foul. Upon appeal, we're going to change that. Renzel, what's currently ruled as a hit, is going to be a two-base error on Logan Sawyer. A throwing error on Bartolotti puts runners on first and third. It's a 0-2 count. Tootin to Ortiz. As the right-handed Tootin looks home to the freshman catcher, Casey Shanks. Comes set and fires the pitch home. It's a dribbler up the middle this time. It will squeak through for a base hit. Renzel scores to second as Mauger on the RBI single from Israel Ortiz, and it's 1-0 Methodist. Cam Cook's going to come out and chat with his pitcher, Caden Tootin, with nobody out here in the first. And runners on first and second. So the first hit of the contest comes courtesy of Israel Ortiz, who pokes one up the middle and gets a base hit to get Methodist on the board. Methodist winners of game 1, 15-10. Again, had 11 runs in those 2 innings. In the third and the fifth. 6 in the third, 5 in the fifth. That really helped power him through as Cam Cook finishes his conversation. I mentioned this during game 1, but Cam, I think, can be a calming presence for some of these guys who, Cam, just 2 years removed from the program, spent time with these guys, some of these guys as a player. And he knows them well. He's relatable. As he finishes his conversation with Caden Tootin. Ortiz aboard first after the single. Mauger heads to second for Freeman. Bryce Freeman in the box as Tootin comes set. The first pitch home from Tootin is slice foul. And the count is 0-1. Blake Freeman, excuse me. I said Bryce, my apologies, as it's 0-1 on Blake Freeman, who looks to extend this Methodist lead here in the top half of the first inning. Time is called. As Coach Vinny Carone speaking with Carson Nadeau, the home plate umpire. It looks like we're going to have a change. Or maybe both teams are coming off the field. I have to assume this has something to do with lightning. And that seems to be the case, as there are some gloomy clouds over top of the hill here at Gilcone Field. We'll take a quick break. We'll have more explanation for you when we come back on the other side.
Hey now, hey now, hey now, it's finger popping time. Finger popping time. I feel so good, and that's a real good sign.
All right, if you all been sticking around, we do appreciate it. We do have some updates for you. Due to lingering lightning and rain, this game has been suspended and will resume tomorrow at 11 a.m. Again, tomorrow's game, it's supposed to be just one game. It's going to be two, pretty much, because we'll start playing the top of the first, with Methodist leading 1-0. So we will talk to you then. Thanks for sticking around today, and we'll have some exciting baseball tomorrow. Again, we'll be back on the air tomorrow, 11 a.m. It's Methodist and Brevard with the Monarchs leading 1-0 when we return to action tomorrow. We'll talk to you then. Ryan Wilkes signing off here live on YouTube.